Hello, hello, hello. Hey, CJ the Grand Hunter, and hello everybody watching. Yes, I am streaming on a Monday morning. Through the power of having Veterans Day off, I can do a stream during the week. Wild, unprecedented, unheard of, except that time when I was streaming when I was unemployed. I return with more magical lawyer nonsense, and we going right into the court case, where apparently I've jumped into the prosecutor's seat. And right into it. Your Honor, the prosecution, I would like the right to cross-examine this witness. To quickly catch everyone back up to speed, investigating a weird murder, and through our magic mind-reading ability, we discovered that our client that our mentor is defending is actually guilty. This is basically Ace Attorney, but set in a fantasy world where magic is real. That's the quickest TLDR I can give of it. For something that is explicitly ripping off Ace Attorney, it's been very good thus far. I've been really enjoying it. Bailiff, please arrest Mr. Cuthbert. I am holding him in contempt of court. Just immediately, reality ensues. The judge is like, no, I'm not here for your shit. Wait! You didn't really think this through, did you? Instead of following his orders, the bailiff walks over to the judge's podium and whispers something in his ear. What? I see. Very well, then. What are they saying? It appears that Miss Steelwind has somehow predicted that this would happen. In accordance with her wishes, Mr. Cuthbert may act as the prosecutor in her stead. What the hell? You can't be serious. I am honestly just as surprised as you are, Miss Timora. But Miss Steelwind has apparently designated him as her stand-in. It's unorthodox, but it's also legal. Which is just wild. They're like, hey, yeah, if this defense attorney happens to jump into my place after I collapse from my injuries, sure, let him prosecute.
Let's go!
Why not? Thank you so much for the follow. Recall something strange Steelwind asked you earlier today. So, what would you do if one of your clients was guilty? I suppose I'd withdraw and tell them to find another lawyer. And if no one else would represent them? I don't know. It would definitely be a hard choice for me. But I would never be able to represent them if I knew the truth. I just can't stand by and let a murderer escape justice. I see. Steelwind, did she somehow know this would happen? Well, this isn't how I expected the trial to go. Shortly after you barged onto the prosecutor's table, Celeste awkwardly followed behind you. I do like that they've taken the step of mirroring the table to show that we're on the other side of the courtroom. Ace Attorney wouldn't do that. You all know they wouldn't. Curiously, she only did so after the bailiff didn't arrest you. I guess we're really doing this. What's wrong? This feels weird. We're on the other side of the courtroom. I mean, this is where the prosecutor is supposed to stand. No, this feels way too jarring. Ruby, can we switch tables? What? But please ignore her. No, this is way too weird. Tyrion, get her to switch with us. Celeste. For the love of I genuinely do not care. Cuthbert can have this side if he wants it so badly. With that out of the way, let's resume proceedings. Assuming that we're all at our preferred spots. We are, Your Honor. Wait, she actually... Okay. So, like, 5 seconds after showing us... Okay, whatever. We're back in our... Sure, whatever. As much as you hate to admit it, you are more comfortable here. Not that you want to encourage her. With all of these interruptions, I think it best to review the proceedings up until now. Oh yeah, absolutely. You can... The Ace Attorney DNA is all over this game, and I, for one, love it. They're like, yeah, we're not even gonna try and hide it. The prosecution proposed that Beatrice Frega's motive for the murder was to claim the victim's inheritance. However, the defense brought forth a witness who testified that Beatrice was disinherited by her father 5 years ago. Am I correct, Miss Timora?
You are, Your Honor.
Very well. Considering the circumstances, I think it's best to have Lady Frega repeat her testimony. Bailiff, please escort Lady Frega to the stand once more. Miss Frega, could you please give your testimony to the court once more?
Of course.
Right, so I already know what the contradiction here is from yesterday.
One day we all woke up and discovered that Beatrice had fled from our home. She left a note for us, and in it she renounced her name and denounced my father. My father later called me and my sister into his study. He told us that he'd completely disowned Beatrice and removed any claim she had to the Frega estate. It was probably a threat to us in case we ever chose to go down the same path she did. He wanted to make an example out of her. This all happened 5 years ago.
So the 5 years ago is what's wrong here, because I have... Oops. I meant to click on my evidence. But the stupid... That's one of the minor gripes I have with this game. They got a very mobile game-ass UI. So your father disinherited Beatrice shortly after her departure.
Yes, he did.
But I have... Somewhere in here is a testimony... Where is that testimony I have that said it only happened recently? Temporarily nullify the wards. Who are you? What do you want? Used to speak. Didn't seem to care. Oh, right. Because I mind read her and I know that entered the study to make some sort of adjustment to his will. So this is going to be a weird objection. Because it's like psychic hearsay. But we'll see how this goes.
As such, Beatrice would have no motive to murder her father. Any inheritance she could have received would have been long gone by the night of the murder.
Is that really true, though? I love that we're facing off against our mentor here. This is so much better than just unceremoniously killing her off like Ace Attorney does. Sorry, spoilers? Beatrice said, this all happened 5 years ago.
Objection!
Oh, I can't do that yet. Okay. One nice change, infinite health during court scenes. Because they're Ace Attorney players, and they know what Ace Attorney players do. We all use the suspend feature to just create a save before we fuck up and reload anyway. So they're like, let's just cut out the middleman. There are segments where you can fail, though. If this happened shortly after Beatrice fled, you must have been less than 13 years old at the time. I can't imagine how that must have been. But can we really trust your testimony if you were only a child at the time?
I remember it vividly. My father's words, the look on Leif's face when she realized Beatrice was gone. I can even remember the way the sun was shining through the window that morning. It was all my fault. I remember that moment with clarity. My father made sure of that.
Sounds like a painful memory for her. She seems to falsely blame herself for what happened. It'd be best not to press her more than necessary. You felt it while you were watching from the gallery. Part of her testimony doesn't match with what you learned from your investigation. Must have been something that Leif told you. So are there other contradictions? I focused in on the 5 years ago. Refused to speak with anyone. Told him about the theft. He didn't care. You know, he entered to make some sort of adjustment to his will. Meeting didn't... Oh, and Beatrice... Oh, okay. It was just on a different piece of evidence. Okay, so I was right, but I was wrong.
Objection!
There we go. Miss Frega, it's clear that you're regretful of how your eldest sister was treated. That guilt must have eaten at you for all these years.
Cuthbert, I know you don't have a good history with the witness, but you shouldn't rub salt in her wounds.
I was merely pointing out the witness's personal connection to the defendant, Miss Timora. She clearly regrets not standing up for her sister all these years ago. So perhaps she's trying to make up for that by lying to protect her.
Excuse me? I did nothing of the sort.
Miss Frege, you testified that your father disinherited Beatrice 5 years ago. However, I have testimony from another witness who spoke with the victim on the night of the murder. After Beatrice's meeting with William Frege, he openly declared that he would be removing her from his will. He even entered his study to draft a new will to reflect that decision. So that raises the following question. Why would the victim need to declare that he was disinheriting the defendant? It doesn't make sense if he had already disinherited her 5 years ago.
Is that so? Well, who did you hear this from? It's clear that they had no understanding of my father's estate.
They had no understanding? Miriam, this testimony came directly from your sister, Leif Frege.
What?
And she should have also been present during this alleged meeting 5 years ago.
Well, she must be mistaken then.
Objection!
Your Honor, how can we trust second-hand testimony from a witness who isn't here? Wouldn't it make more sense to have Leif give her testimony directly?
I must agree with you, Miss Tymora. Leif Frege should be allowed to clear up this misunderstanding. She looks way too confident. What is she planning? You're not sure if it was intentional, but Miriam's testimony was false. Could she be lying to protect Beatrice? And if so, is Miss Tymora expecting Leif to do the same? Bailiff, please escort Leif Frege to the stand. Yeah, of course she's gonna lie. It's her sister. Miss Frege, when we spoke earlier, you mentioned that your father decided to disinherit Beatrice. She's gonna be like, oh, I'm sorry, I was mistaken. And we'll go into the like, what? And he decided this after their meeting on the night of the murder. Is that correct?
Yes, I did say that. You see, Leif, Cuthbert doubts the testimony given by your younger sister. He seems to think that she's committed perjury. What?
I wouldn't go so far as to say...
Witness, lying under oath is a serious crime. It would have harsh consequences, even for someone of your sister's status.
Ruby is such a fucking smooth operator.
No, she couldn't have. Wonderful. Are you saying that you can corroborate your sister's testimony?
Miss Tymora, you can't just intimidate the witness. Ruby's like, I already have. Cry about it.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Cuthbert.
I love her smugness. I love her smugness so much.
I'm just telling the witness what may or may not happen depending on what she does next.
I know, right? HD just out here committing war crimes. How you doing, HD? How's your morning? And thank you for contributing to my ongoing nightmare via the community goal.
The choice is ultimately hers. So, Leif, assuming Miriam wasn't lying under oath, could you please testify to the court to confirm what your sister said?
If this was a real court, I'd be able to objection leading the witness like 8 times by now, but whatever.
Yes, of course.
Oh my god. Nobody's redeemed that for a while. I do still have the book, though. Though the enemy be stronger in numbers, we may prevent him from fighting. Scheme so as to discover his plans and the likelihood of their success. Rouse him and learn the principle of his activity or inactivity. Force him to reveal himself, so as to find out his vulnerable spots. Carefully compare the opposing army with your own, so that you may know where strength is superabundant and where it is deficient. I've been debating removing that one.
You see, Miriam was quite young when my father called us into his study 5 years ago. She didn't understand what he was really doing. My father would often lie to us. It was one of the many ways that he kept us in line. The encounter that Miriam described was just another one of his lies. Despite their disagreements, my father would never disinherit Beatrice without a good reason. He always held on to the possibility that she would become desperate enough to return home. The truth is that none of us knew what my father was planning for House Frega's future.
That feels unlikely, but...
See, Cuthbert, the truth is much more complicated. No one could have really known what William Frege was planning for his estate.
Leif is definitely trying to cover for Miriam, and Miss Timor is playing her like a fiddle. Luckily for you, she's not the only person that gave her statement to you. Wait, what is he implying there? Refused to... he refused to speak with almost anyone till the night of the murder. Finally returned to her home, didn't go as planned. Declare he would be disinheriting her that night. Okay, so I think I could... that's my objection point. None of us knew. I object with this.
Objection!
Shit. I always try to, like, just get it in one shot, and I'm usually good at that. Good at it, but this case I've been pretty bad. Okay, so I can't really disprove the lie, so I feel like questioning that is a waste of time. Let's press here. Thank you, Auntie. Oh, God. We're actually getting kind of close to meeting that goal, aren't we? Also, good morning. Even after she renounced her name and denounced him?
My father was always more pragmatic than vengeful. I imagine that he expected her to fail on her own, and if she ever came back, she would be forced to rely on him. If he could make someone like Beatrice feel powerless, he could get the rest of us to fall in line. Looking back, I suppose that's all we ever were to him. Assets to be appraised and traded.
You hear a bit of resentment in her voice. If that were true, why would he tell you that he was disinheriting Beatrice?
Perhaps it was a warning. I had my own share of disagreements with him, after all. Even now, I have no way of knowing if he was telling me the truth or not.
That would depend on what Miss Timor and Beatrice discussed with Lord Frege. Right now, you still have no idea what they even talked about.
Did William Frege really lie to them?
From what we've heard, I honestly wouldn't put it past him. He clearly had very little respect for his daughters. Yeah, dude was sexist as hell.
But there were other people that he did respect.
Right, was there any? Oh! Right, the other noble. Oh, right, I forgot about that. Idiot. Oh! Right! The marriage arrangement. Oh, I'm... Okay. This is because I took a break between investigation and doing the case. This is the right answer, then.
Objection!
Miss Frege, did you really have no idea about House Frege's future?
No, I didn't. My father made sure of that. As I told you, he kept many secrets and wasn't above lying to manipulate us.
But with Beatrice gone, you would have been the one to inherit your father's estate. Would you really be ignorant of your father's plans for House Frege? Unfortunately for you, I don't think you'd be that careless. In fact, I have it on good authority that you knew exactly how William's inheritance would be divided before that night.
What?
Leif, according to Lloyd von Sanctus, you were arranged into a diplomatic marriage with his son. You expressed resistance to this arrangement, am I correct?
I have no reason to comment on that matter. Cuthbert, the witness's personal matters are hardly any of our business.
Yes, I must ask that you keep this discussion relevant to the case. Your Honor, the witness's resistance to this marriage is exactly how I know that her testimony is false. She was extremely averse to this marriage. Because of that, she made sure to know every detail about how it would affect her and her house. And that includes how House Frege would be inherited by her future husband. So that raises the question, Leif. If you already knew the intricate details of this marriage, why would your father tell you that he was disinheriting your sister? That statement would only make sense if Beatrice was already in his will beforehand. That would render Miriam's testimony false and constitute a motive for the defendant. Also, the game feels really loud. Is it drowning me out? I'm gonna turn it down a little bit, but let me know if I need to turn it down more. Which is weird, because it's still audio balance from yesterday. It might just be loud on my end.
You present a decent argument, Cuthbert, but your claims rely on one assumption.
And what assumption would that be, Miss Timora? Even if he was lying, the victim declared that he was revoking Beatrice's inheritance. She must have already been named in the will previously. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to say that. It wouldn't make any sense otherwise.
And that's where your assumption is. You're assuming that William Frege was acting logically.
What are you talking about?
It's clear that William Frege was extremely controlling of his daughters. By your own admission, Leigh Frege was resistant to the marriage arranged by her father. In addition to that, Miriam Frege found herself wrapped in controversy regarding the Nightgrave trial a few months ago. And finally, to make matters worse, Beatrice Frege, the prodigal child, finally returned and made a public appearance during the Lord's Ball. What are you trying to insinuate? In his eyes, William Frege's ability to keep his daughters in line was clearly weakening. He must have gotten desperate and made a grand declaration in a feeble attempt to scare you, Leif. Even if that declaration was clearly inconsistent. But he wouldn't. Your ability to remember must be muddled by the shock of your father's death. His statement couldn't have possibly been true. If by some chance it were true, that would make you guilty of perjury. I
like how Ruby's like, let me point out that you're committing fucking perjury to get you to commit more perjury. The judge is like, I don't give a shit about this tactic.
Or perhaps it was Miriam that was lying in her testimony. If your father's statement were true, the court might be inclined to investigate her for lying on the stand.
Leif's like, you've trapped me, you bitch. Miss Timora, are you threatening her?
As I said before, I'm merely stating the facts. The witness is free to act as she sees fit. I'm just asking her to consider the potential consequences of what she says next. What do I do?
Damn it. She's pressuring Leif to side with her. She's clearly conflicted, though. Isn't there anything you can do? You feel a sense of clarity when you look at her. Is the Eye of Horus reacting to her stress? You wonder.
I'm sorry, I need time to think. Please don't stare at me like that, Mr. Cuthbert.
Wait a minute. Ruby knows exactly what we're going to do. She's laid out this careful, trap, and then she's like, oh, wait. Ah, fuck. Tyrion Cuthbert has bullshit mind control and mind-reading powers.
No, wait.
It's too late.
Naught can remain concealed.
Empowered Eye. You did it. You activated the Empowered Eye. Because I know we have at least one new person in chat. Tyrion has the magic power to mind read people. That's why we've been getting the emotion flashes and the little floating text, which is their thoughts. When he gets into a certain state, he can inception people. That's what we're doing here. Or we're gonna try to do. There has to be something in her mind that you can use. The state of her father's inheritance is the backbone of your case. Is there anything in her mind that can definitively prove what was on his will? So first, let's project just the thought of her father. That seems like the most obvious choice.
Father, I know we had our differences, but I did love you and I never wanted you to die.
She seems genuinely surprised and regretful about his death. From your encounter earlier, you know that Beatrice had an accomplice, but you doubt that it was Leif. And then her sisters feel like the next obvious step.
Beatrice, after all these years, you finally returned. I can't believe that this is how things have ended up. If only I was as strong as you, I'd be able to endure this.
You didn't get any leads from that. You should try something else.
Why would Miriam say those things? Am I misremembering what happened? No, I would have remembered something like that. She must be trying to protect Beatrice.
So Miriam's testimony was a conscious lie. Beatrice's inheritance wasn't revoked until the night of the murder. Okay. The evidence of the inheritance?
As much as I hate to admit it, this trial is a perfect opportunity to back out of the arranged marriage. Von Sanctus's holdings are weakening by the day. I doubt he'll be able to put up much resistance. Once Beatrice inherits the estate, we might be able to rebuild our family.
She's assuming that Beatrice will inherit House Frege. That confidence must mean she's certain of what was in William's will. But how do you prove that? How do I prove that? Maybe her own goddamn testimony?
I need to make sure that I tell the truth without harming Miriam or Beatrice. Beatrice couldn't possibly have done this, and I'm sure Miriam also has her reasons. They couldn't rely on me back then, but they can now.
Murder weapon?
What? Why am I thinking about this?
Okay. Project the memory of the autopsy report of her dead father. Okay, further traumatizing her had no results. Damn it. Wait, what if... Wait. Oh, wait. My theory from last stream, that Beatrice is blind, but she can overcome it using magic by seeing through the eyes of a familiar. Is this how I finally prove that? Damn it. Okay, I thought I was cooking for a minute. Nope. Oh, right. What about Lord Von Sanctus? Nope. We saw that already. Projecting Ruby Tymora?
Ruby Tymora, I've heard stories about her. I never expected Beatrice to hire someone like her. Wonder if she'll be at the will reading tomorrow.
A will reading? She must be talking about William Frege's will. I believe you've had enough time for deliberation, Mr. Cuthbert. Are you able to prove the defendant's motive or not? I'm not, Your Honor. At least not yet. It's clear that we won't get anywhere until we can confirm the state of William Frege's will. And we can easily confirm that tomorrow morning, when William Frege's will is read to his family.
How did you...
I see. Once his will is read, it will become public record. I suppose I have no choice but to suspend this trial until such time that William Frege's will is read.
Objection!
This is ludicrous. The case against my client is completely outrageous. We've spent the entire court proceedings arguing if her motive even exists. The prosecution has very little evidence that physically implicates my client.
Miss Tymora, you clearly don't believe that the defendant had anything to do with the murder.
Of course I don't. She's completely innocent.
Well, if your client didn't murder the victim, who did? Oh my god! We actually get to use bullshit Ace Attorney rules! Because it's canon in this universe, to prove someone innocent of murder, you have to prove who actually committed the crime. So we actually get to turn this around on another character because we're the prosecution. Oh, I love this! I love this! We get to pull the bullshit move that every single prosecutor in every single goddamn Ace Attorney case has ever pulled on the defense attorney. Peek, 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 peek.
You sneaky little...
Your Honor, with no other suspects, are you in a position to pass a verdict? No, I am not. Mr. Cuthbert is correct. The court does not have enough information to pass a verdict. Until the Inquisition has had time to investigate these new developments, I will be suspending today's trial. We will resume the trial tomorrow afternoon. Court is adjourned. So, I'm gonna bet Mentor Mom is gonna chew us the fuck out when we're in the lobby. Because she's like, hey, so you kind of work for me? And you just absolutely stabbed me in the back.
Well, that happened. I guess we do that now.
What are you, Forspoken now, Celeste? Were you written by Joss fucking Whedon for 2 seconds here? Sorry, I kind of acted without thinking.
But out of everything that happened today, I can't believe that Steelwind somehow knew you would do that.
Right, that is strange. Did she seriously predict what I'd do off of that one conversation? Considering how things turned out, you suppose she was right on the mark. That was still a big leap of faith. Anyways, we have some time to ourselves. I'd very much like to catch up on some sleep.
Yeah, today's been exhausting for a lot of reasons.
And your work has only started. You still have no idea who Beatrice's accomplice was. The will reading was just an opportunity to stall for time. So the question remains, who really murdered William Frege?
What the hell was that? Why is your son filling in for Arya? Listen, I have the situation under control. If that's true, I'd hate to see a situation you consider out of control.
Eris?
My father is not pleased with today's developments. You promised that the verdict would be passed before William Frege's will became public record. This has thrown quite the wrench in our plans. I understand. Cuthbert is just confused, but he's not a threat to us. We'd better hope you're right, Tymora. Or else your poor ward might suffer the same fate as Prosecutor Steelwind. What? House Frege is too important of a prize for us to let go. Bring us results, Tymora, or else we'll continue to take more drastic measures.
Okay, so creepy goth girl was behind the attempted assassination. I am Vimbert's complete lack of surprise. For the first time since the Lord's Ball, you're finally able to get some sleep. You woke this morning refreshed, but also a little anxious about the results of the will reading. You arrive back at Frege Manor and see that Beatrice, Leif, Miriam, and Von Sanctus have all gathered. Along with Miss Tymora, who is accompanying Beatrice as her attorney. You're not really sure what to say to her after everything you've done. The air still feels too awkward to approach her and talk about it. Thank you all for coming here today. As William Frege's close associate, I must express my deepest condolences for your loss. I think I speak for all of Wyverngard when I say,
Enough! Just get on with it!
Very well then. To get straight to the point, Lord Frege's will was magically sealed when it was given to me. He asked me, his executor, not to submit it to the courts for probate until after his death. Although, I imagine none of us expected such a time to come so suddenly. Anyways, Lord Frege's assets included sole ownership of several banking houses throughout Wyverngard, 10 million gold in various investments.
10 million?
10 million gold. You can't even begin to imagine what anyone would do with even a fraction of that wealth. And lastly, sole control and ownership of the Frege noble house. The executor takes out a large envelope and uses a rune stone to dispel the magical seal on it. See, if this guy had a non-generic portrait, I would immediately be like, oh, he's in on it. He had the power to open up that seal and thus doctor the will at any time, but through meta clues, I can be like, yeah, he's not involved in the case. I, William Frege, being of sound mind and body, do hereby declare this to be my last will and testament. I hereby give, devise, and bequeath all my assets and property, both real and personal, to Jaden Von Sanctus. Oh. Provided that he enters into a legal and binding engagement with my daughter, Leif Frege, within 6 months of the date of my death.
What?
William must have added that addendum to prevent Von Sanctus from trying to steal his empire. But a legal and binding engagement is predicated on Leif accepting it. She clearly doesn't want to go through with it, so if she simply waited 6 months, Von Sanctus wouldn't have any claim to the estate. In the event that Jaden Von Sanctus does not enter into such an engagement within the specified time frame, My assets and property shall be distributed as such. All of House Frege will be divided equally among my children, as per the laws of our kingdom. You were right. William Frege never disinherited Beatrice. This would make Miriam's testimony false. And since Beatrice would receive a portion of William's inheritance, she had a motive to commit the murder. You glance at Miriam. It's hard to read her expression, but something appears to be on her mind. Without a word, she walks out of the room, ignoring both Beatrice and Leif. Leif, on the other hand, seems to be in good spirits.
Isn't this great, Beatrice? You can lead House Frege now, just as it should have been.
Actually, about that, in light of recent events, I believe I should clarify one thing. As per the Slayer rule, if Beatrice Frege is found guilty in the current court case, her inheritance will be revoked and divided between you and your sister. Oh, accidentally double-clicked, sorry.
I see. I shouldn't feel so happy for myself.
Oh shit, she's like, oh, I can get more inheritance. That can't be all, can it? Surely William added a note of Leif's obligation to marry my son. I'm not sure what you're trying to imply. Leif Frege is an adult with legal autonomy. She is free to make whatever decisions she wishes about who she legally marries. Now, if you'll excuse me. Wait! We're not finished yet! Come back here!
I'd love to catch up with you, Leif, but I was only allowed out of my cell to attend the reading.
You notice an Inquisition knight outside the door. He seems to be watching Beatrice intently.
But don't worry. I'm sure once this misunderstanding is resolved, we can talk all we want about our family's future. Of course!
A group of knights lead Beatrice out of the manor, and Leif follows after them. Sorry, needed a long drink of water. Leaving you and Celeste alone with Miss Tymora. About what I did.
Look, I'm not angry, Cuthbert.
Oh.
It was an extremely unforeseen situation, and Steelwind clearly put you on the spot. You felt pressured to do something, and you made a rash decision. But I'm sure the court will understand if you withdraw.
Wait, what?
Cuthbert, you're not a prosecutor. You know that, right? Didn't you become an attorney to defend persecuted mages? But Beatrice is guilty. I saw it. I'm not going to argue about this again. You are going to withdraw. This is not up for discussion.
You've always regarded and respected Miss Tymora, and you suppose that's always made you deeply scared of disappointing her. She is your adoptive mother. Perhaps she's right. She knows more about what's going on than you do, and she's still your mentor. You want to believe that. You really do. But deep down, you know that this is wrong. Miss Tymora may believe in Beatrice's innocence, but you can't just abandon this case and let her escape justice. Your hands are trembling. Why are you so scared right now? You know what you have to say, but the words won't leave your mouth. From behind you, you feel Celeste hold your trembling hand. Aw. It's warm and comforting. It's that same sensation you felt back then. Somehow you can feel it through her hand. It's as if she's silently telling you that you know what you have to do. You have the strength for this, Tyrion. Tell off your mom mentor. Your anxiety fades, and you take a deep breath. I'm not going to do that, Miss Tymora.
What?
You said it yourself. Our court system needs a defense attorney and a prosecutor of equal power to keep things fair.
That's not what
I'm not going to withdraw. If you believe in Beatrice's innocence, and if you truly believe you're on the right side, then prove it by beating me.
Fine. Do what you want, but you're only going to make things harder for everyone. Tyrion?
As soon as Miss Timora steps into the room, your body drops to the floor. Whatever bravery you felt before got replaced with an extreme amount of fatigue. Scaled Lord. That's the first time I've ever spoken to her like that.
But you still did it. You stood your ground. Figuratively, I mean. Right now you're just kind of sitting on the floor.
Yeah. I need to take a moment. Can we go back to the ballroom? You return to the ballroom and take a moment to recover. You spot Commander White at the edge of the room, but you don't pay him much notice. Takes you a while before you feel ready to stand.
You okay?
Yeah, I just needed a moment. Anyways, the will reading bought us a few more hours to investigate the murder. We should take advantage of the new information we just learned. So, where should we start first? Right. You're the prosecutor now. So that would technically make you his boss for the time being. This is weird, right?
Yep.
Awkwardness aside, I've never really led a task force before. What would Steelwind normally do in this situation? Well, she'd normally have us investigate areas of interest. Right, the context of the investigation tends to change after each round of court proceedings. Well, we're lacking a lot of physical evidence. Could you and the Inquisition search the gallery in Beatrice's room? Perhaps you can find evidence of how the sword of spell eating was stolen. Whatever you say, boss.
That covers the Inquisition, but what are we going to do?
It's clear that Lord Frega's inheritance plays a large role in this case. Even if it's not valid, we should take a look at the modified will that he was drafting. Thank you! It might give us some insight about what he was really planning to do with his inheritance. Is it still going to be there, though?
Come on, where is it?
As you enter William Frega's study, you spot a figure rummaging through the drawers in his desk.
Why isn't it here? Where else would he put it? Miriam? What?
As soon as she notices you, Miriam quickly closes the drawers and walks towards you. But you already saw what she was doing. She was definitely looking for something. Hey, if we're a prosecutor now, can we accuse her of interfering with an investigation? Lock her the fuck up. Get her sister on our side. Then maybe she can commit perjury for the prosecution. She was already willing to do it for the defense. Let's play dirty, Tyrion. What could possibly go wrong? Be tempted to abuse your new powers. It will make you strong. This is a crime scene. What are you doing here, Miriam?
As if that's any of your business.
Considering that I'm the prosecutor, it's very much my business. You give a side glance to the knights stationed outside the room. They should have stopped her from entering, but perhaps she used her status to intimidate them into letting her through. However, this could be a blessing in disguise. She was clearly looking for something in this room, and you have a feeling you know what it is. You appear to be looking for something, Miriam. What could be so important that you disturb an active crime scene?
It's none of your concern. I'm merely trying to find something that belongs to me.
Really? Because I have a feeling that we might be looking for the same thing. You're looking for the will that your father was drafting, aren't you?
That's... Were you trying to destroy it before we could get to it? No, of course not. I just needed to see it for myself. Did she really do this?
Oh? Is she also suspicious of Beatrice? Why are you so determined to see the drafted will, Miss Frega?
I just wanted to see what my father's final wishes were. But your father already had a will filed previously. Wouldn't that be enough?
You also suspect something, don't you?
Of course not. Beatrice would never do something like this.
Miss Frega, I never even mentioned Beatrice. I know how things may look, but please understand, I'm just trying to get to the truth. I don't think your sister did this, but she may have been involved. She may have worked with someone else to orchestrate her father's death. Yes, she may have worked with someone else. She may have worked with someone else. She may have worked with someone else. Or someone else. These are my top 2 suspects. This bitch, because she's always behind everything. And this guy, because he has a familiar, and a familiar was extremely obviously involved in actually carrying out the murder. And he had motive to hate the victim, because he was going to defund his museum. This bitch, because she's just evil. She needs no motive. And honestly, I love that for her. Unlike Leif, she didn't immediately deny it. This means that she already had her own suspicions. Where is the will, Miriam? I need to see it.
I don't know. I haven't been able to find it.
You recall that she was frantically searching William's desk earlier. She's probably telling the truth.
It should have been here, but I can't find it.
He locked the door when he began drafting it. In addition to that, the Inquisition closed the area off after the body was discovered. That means someone took it during the lockdown. So it's not valid. It's likely that the murderer took and or destroyed it. My money's on destroyed. But it's probably going to be more convenient for gameplay if it turns up intact and they hope to, like, bamboozle people into accepting that... Ooh, hiccups out of nowhere. The altered one is real. Or the updated one.
It was probably stolen by whoever murdered him, right?
Yeah, that would make the most sense. Which means that whoever did this wanted to nullify whatever was written on it. It's looking more and more like the motive behind this was William's inheritance. No shit, Tyrion. Anyways, it looks like we won't be able to find the will. But the fact that it was taken must imply something. For now, we should follow our other leads. There's also the question of who committed the murder and how.
Don't we already know the how? The murderers stole the sword of spell eating and used it to break into the study.
That's true, but think about how they would have needed to move around the manor. The murder took place on the first floor within William Frega's study. Ah. This part I hadn't thought about. But the gallery was on the second floor. They would have needed to go upstairs, steal the sword from the gallery, and then use it to nullify the lock on the study. Not only that, they would have needed to go back upstairs and plant the sword in Beatrice's room.
About that, if someone conspired with Beatrice to do this, why would they plant the sword in her room?
It's a double bluff. That's a good point. Or they may have decided to backstab her, for reasons unknown to us. Oh! Okay, Tyrion's on the ball for once. Perhaps they had a falling out. Her partner might have tried to betray her by pinning the blame on her.
But if that were true, why wouldn't she just sell them out and make a deal with Steelwind? It would be because of the Slayer rule.
Yeah. Yeah, there are a few different ways the will could have... Yeah, there are a number of different ways the will could have been altered. Because, like, we know that after their meeting, that he threatened to cut her out of the will. Cut Beatrice out of the will. But, yeah.
Slayer rule. I remember the guy at the will reading also mentioned that. What is it? It was a law passed by the Crown centuries ago. According to that law, if someone is involved in another person's death, even accidentally, they will not be allowed to inherit the deceased's property.
So even if Beatrice wasn't directly responsible, she'd lose her cut of the inheritance if she took a plea deal. More importantly, it doesn't sound like Miriam completely believes in Beatrice's innocence either. If that's true, what else can she tell you? Miriam, it almost sounds like you suspect Beatrice as well.
That's...
Am I incorrect?
I don't know what to think anymore. Why else would she threaten me? Wait, she was threatened? Miriam, did Beatrice threaten you in some way? But what? Of course not. Your testimony yesterday was quite convenient for the defense. It almost got the whole case thrown out. And Leif didn't seem to understand what was going on either. With the way she gave her testimony yesterday, it was almost like she was covering for you. Does he seriously not know? Please promise me that you won't tell anyone about this.
I won't tell anyone, he said, crossing his fingers behind his back. What happened?
About an hour after the murder, I was approached by Ruby Tymora. She gave me a list of statements to give in my testimony. The statements weren't true, but she assured me that my status would protect me from any scrutiny.
Ooh. What?
She had information that I had tried to keep secret. She threatened to make it public unless I cooperated with her.
No. No! She would never do that.
I'm telling the truth. But please, you can't tell Tymora that I told you. She'll ruin me.
The eye shows that her fear is genuine. She's not lying. I've seen that woman do all kinds of shady shit in the cases I've worked. Forgery, bribery, blackmail, you name it. I bet you're just the same, a successor for the devil of defense attorneys. The rumors, they can't be true. You refuse to believe it.
Hey, Tyrion? Are you okay?
Now is not the time to doubt yourself. There's too much at stake right now, and you have a job to do. We should check on Commander White. He might have found something.
Okay. Just don't push yourself, okay?
Yeah. You'll have plenty of time to think about this later. Are you here? No. Are you here? You move around the As you move around the manor, you peek into the sitting room to see if Von Sanctus is still there. You did it. Who the hell are you? You don't see him there, but you spot another individual. He's calmly reading some sort of book, but you can feel a menacing aura emanating from him. Yeah, what would make him so menacing? Just a perfectly ordinary man who looks like Odin carrying a giant goddamn battle axe. This aura. You must be daft if you think I wouldn't notice your presence. What? Did he notice you? You barely entered the room. Before you have a chance to respond, the man pulls out his great axe and rushes towards you. Wait! You bring up your arms to block his blow, but in hindsight, that probably won't do much against an axe that large.
Protagus!
Oh, Angry Eyes Celeste.
I love that our Mia Fey can kick ass.
Yeah, I wonder if he's like some kind of druid. Sorry, I just need to bask in this for completely non-degenerate reasons for a moment. As you open your eyes, Celeste is now standing between you and the axe-wielding maniac. You're not sure what happened, but it looks like she knocked him several feet backward. Huh? Oh, it's you two.
What the hell was that? You could have killed him.
He shouldn't have snuck up on me like that. I almost cleaved him in two.
Tyrion didn't do anything wrong. Who the hell do you think you are?
I am Lord Lucio Steelwind, Grand General of the Wyvern Guard Military Forces. Name, Lucio Steelwind. Occupation, Grand General. Status, imposing. So this is Prosecutor Steelwind's father. They do share the same intimidating stare, although he's not the most menacing person in the room right now. Celeste, it's fine. I'm not hurt. She looks more than irate right now, but she begrudgingly sheathes her sword. Anyways, Lord Steelwind was one of the people with a motive to murder William Frega. And as a fellow head of a pillar house, He might have some information about William and his affairs. Celeste is like,
I'm still angry.
and I love that for you, Celeste. Maybe this will just make you angry the whole day. That would just be terrible, right? If looks could kill. McCoy, one might misinterpret that look of yours as murderous intent.
Aw, guess you do have some battle instincts after all. I honestly wasn't sure, since you so obviously have a silver spoon stuck up your...
Celeste? Such lack of respect and discipline. If you were one of my soldiers, I'd have you hanged. Please, Celeste, go full Ruby and come back with,
If I was one of your soldiers, I'd hang myself.
oh my god. I promise I'm playing this blind.
If I was one of your soldiers, I'd hang myself.
Okay. Let's all try to stay civil here. Lord Steelwind, you were here at the Lord's Ball when the murder occurred. Am I correct? I was. Do you mind if I ask you some questions about what you saw that night? If that's okay with you. One of these two are gonna end up dead. 100%. 100%. And, you know, honestly, a small part of me just wants to get popcorn and watch. I suppose I must oblige, considering that my daughter has so unceremoniously thrust her responsibilities onto you. I'm sorry about what happened to your daughter. I'm sure that you're very worried. It's her own fault for exerting herself, despite her injuries. You say that, but you are concerned. And sad. Even the bravest warrior knows when to stay off the battlefield.
How can you say that? Your daughter was trying to do the right thing.
By prosecuting the heiress of House Frega, she had very little evidence to substantiate a conviction. If she wanted to strike a blow on a rival house, she should have been certain that her enemy would fall. But now, if Beatrice Frega is found innocent, any hopes of an alliance between House Frega and House Steelwind will be completely annihilated. It's clear that he and the prosecutor have vastly different priorities. Where were you throughout the night, Lord Steelwind? I so loathe gatherings like that. They're a complete waste of time. I was in this room, but then I received word that Lord Frega's lost heiress had made an unexpected appearance. She was supposedly speaking with the Crown Prince, so I made my way to the ballroom. Did you speak with them at any point? No, I kept my distance and stayed near the King's Guard. I needed to make sure she wouldn't try anything. Was this because you were wary of Beatrice Frega? Yes, I was. The Crown Prince has always been a bleeding heart, and the Fregas are trained to sharpen their tongue from birth. I needed to make sure that she wouldn't try to interfere with his engagement. You were worried that she was going to try to take Aster back. I was, but it was clear that wasn't her intention. But you did overhear their conversation. What were they talking about? Their conversation was completely inane. It was all just small talk. Lady Frega spent most of her time playing with Prince Alaric. Right, Aster's younger brother was there too. You know that Beatrice had some role in the murder, even if she wasn't directly responsible. Did she have some unknown goal by speaking with Aster and his brother? You went to the ballroom when you heard that Beatrice had returned. Was this before or after the lockdown? It was before the lockdown. That sounds about right. This means that she was accounted for before the theft was reported. And did you see her leave at any point? No, she spoke with the two princes for quite a while. She didn't leave their side until she was arrested for Lord Brega's murder.
What? Ah, that means she was accounted for the entire night. But not her familiar. I know she has a familiar. I know she has a familiar. But her thoughts said she was an accomplice in William's death. Was she there to distract the Kingsguard? After all, the lockdown only happened... The lockdown... Where's my evidence about that? Method of entry... Where the hell is the details about the lockdown? Physically or magically connected. Someone used a powerful... I have evidence about that, right? Skilled mage, night of the murder, someone used a powerful spell. 5 years ago. I thought I had evidence from someone saying that the lockdown was only triggered because this guy, who was definitely involved in the murder, told someone that the sword had been stolen. Oh my god! Wait, his age is listed as question mark. The earrings of vitality are in play. It increases lifespan tenfold. That could have something to do with what's going on. I don't know how yet. Like I said yesterday, I'm cooking on this, but I need more ingredients. Thank you for answering our questions, Lord Steelwind. I'm merely repaying my daughter's debt to you. He was surprisingly pretty cooperative, but that doesn't lift any suspicion off of him just yet. You'll need to find more evidence if you want to know for sure. Anyways, we should probably move somewhere else. Let's go, Celeste. McCoy. What?
Your spell casting is undisciplined, but your battle stance and reflexes are commendable. You have my respect as a warrior.
As if that means anything coming from you.
Huh, what an undisciplined and defiant brat.
So McCoy has an unknown noble heritage, and I feel like there's some similarities between her and Lord Steelwind here. Could she be a Steelwind? And there was the joke that was made last case with his daughter being like, is impersonating a member of House Steelwind a hobby for you, Celeste? So I think that's supposed to be like a meta clue that they're related. Because, like, well... I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. That's a bit of a crack theory. I don't have it as much to support that. But hey, talk about your daughter. I've heard you don't approve Arya becoming a prosecutor.
Of course I don't. A member of House Steelwind shouldn't debase themselves by doing the work of a civil servant.
But she clearly has her own motivations for doing so.
Is that how you see it? She's merely following the misguided path of the Crown Prince. I regret letting those two meet.
Interesting. Okay.
Keep it in that corner. Don't let it get away.
Get away from him! As you enter Beatrice's room, you see the Inquisition cornering something near the back of the room. Morning, Silvar. How you doing? We're in the prosecutor's shoes now. It's a... Aha! The familiar! The familiar! I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! It's some sort of animal. A wolf, to be exact. Wait, is that... You recall spotting that same wolf on the night of the Lord's Ball. Has it been in the house since the murder?
Intruders! Must protect Queen!
What? Did you just read his thoughts? One of these days. Yeah, prosecution ho. If you're just coming in, you missed the whole, like, we faced off against our mentor and kind of wiped the floor with her.
Protect territory from enemies!
He must see the Inquisition as intruders in his territory. Does that mean he sees the room as his home? Boomer's gonna boom. You slowly start to walk towards him. But wait, Tyrion?
Stay back, kid. It's a wild animal. There's no telling what it'll do.
You ignore them and continue to approach him. Don't worry, I'm not here to hurt you.
Huh? This human, You can speak language of dog? Wait, you can understand me?
Why are you talking to it?
You're speaking plain dog. Of course, Tracker understand. What's going on here? Is the Eye of Horus allowing you to speak with him? You've never really tried it before, but perhaps your powers aren't limited to humans. Anyways, this could be a good opportunity. You wonder what else he knows. Okay, we finally hit our moment of interrogating the parrot. It's even in the first game of the series is case 4. It's like poetry, it rhymes. This is so ridiculous that I have to piss. Sorry, I've been sipping tea through this whole first hour, so first break is coming a little earlier than I might otherwise like, so I'll be back real shortly, gonna run some ads real quick, so get up, stretch your legs, I'll be back in just a bit. Where did my GIF go? There it is. Okay. Back in just a bit. Hope y'all will stick with me for more legal nonsense as we interrogate a thinking wolf. Who is certainly a familiar. There's no way he's not a familiar. Anyway. Alright, I return. Ad's still running, so if you can hear this, thank you, VOD watchers, and my lovely subscribers. Appreciate y'all, particularly as I'm about to spend over $3,000 of my own money in the coming month. I love life. Anyway, so I'm gonna be very curious to figure out exactly whose familiar this wolf is. That's going to be very important to figure out here. Tracker. Is that your name?
How did you...
Yes, Tracker is Tracker. That's the name Queen gave to me. Name Tracker. Occupation, Doge. Status, kind of dumb. Tracker gestures to Leif when he mentions his queen. Oh, her familiar. He called you his queen. Do you know him, Leif?
Yes, but how? How are you talking to it?
That's... You were so caught up in speaking to Tracker, you didn't realize how strange this scene must look to everyone else. I'm the dog whisperer.
You've never mentioned that before.
Do you honestly expect us to believe something like that?
But Tracker says he can understand him. He told me himself.
Wait, how do you know that? So, Leif, how are you able to communicate with Tracker?
I suppose there's no sense in hiding it anymore. Tracker's my familiar.
Familiar. So it's the same magical bond Harold has with his monkey. You recall the spell that the familial bond spell allows the caster to telepathically speak with their familiar. That must be how she's speaking to him. You never mentioned him during questioning.
It wasn't relevant to the investigation, and I've been keeping him a secret from my family.
Why? I suppose that makes sense. I doubt William Frege would have allowed you to keep an animal in his home. Well, I don't appreciate you keeping this info from us. But it doesn't look like anyone got hurt. And aside from this dog, we haven't really found anything new. Great! So the cops are equally useless whether we're in command of them or not. Damn it, they didn't find any more physical evidence of the theft. Looks like you've run into another dead end. Unless... Tracker, I saw you on the night of the murder.
What? Tracker?
Uh-oh. God damn it, game dev. Why have you done this?
He's supposed to stay in his room.
Oh, in this room. Wait, is that why you won't allow the servants to enter it? Also, if that's how it is, how does this room not stink to high heaven of dog shit?
I didn't want to keep him in Beatrice's room, but he was very insistent that he stay here.
Tracker likes the ambience. Right. He was doing the Doge face, yeah. Wait, if you live in this room, did you see who brought the sword of spell eating here?
I already asked him about that, but he didn't see anyone. He must have been taking a nap.
Useless goddamn dog.
Either that or he was roaming outside even though I told him to stay here.
Oh. Stupid goddamn Doge face.
Damn it.
Tracker see a lot of other things, though. Tracker see many new people that night. Right, he was roaming the manor during the Lord's Ball. He must have seen a lot of new people. Wait, if he was walking around, he might have seen something that the Inquisition doesn't know about. Can you tell us what you saw on the night of the murder, Tracker? Tracker see rats. Right, the rats in the vents. I had that question about could someone move between the storage room and the scene of the crime with that air vent, and that never came up the first day of the investigation. We're finally getting back to that. This may be more difficult than you thought. I need you to be more specific. Can you go in order? Tell me about everyone that you saw that night. Okay. Tracker was taking a nap in room. Tracker woke up from loud sounds outside. Tracker hears small things running in the walls. Running in the walls? Tracker called Queen, but she didn't answer, so Tracker decided to check sound alone. Tracker followed sound outside. That's when Tracker smelled a bad smell. Bad smell? That's when Tracker smelled flying rat. You smelled a flying rat? Did you mean like a pigeon? Tracker could smell where rat was, so Tracker barked at him. Tracker must have scared rat, because he fell onto the floor and dropped his stick. The rat had a stick. Tracker could see them now, so Tracker did one final bark to scare them off. The rats were scared and went back into the walls. It went into the walls. That's when Tracker picked up the stick rat dropped. Queen finally answered Tracker. She told him to go back to his room and hide. At the message, Tracker brings stick back to room for inspection. Do you remember what time this encounter happened? What is time? Right, an animal wouldn't really have a concept of that. So by stick, he means the sword. So another familiar was holding the sword. My theory had been that the mage was holding the sword and was like transferring its power through their familiar. But okay, so that's how it wound up here.
What did he say, Tyrion? Did he see anything?
Well, he definitely saw something. Okay, let's try to take a moment to work through this. Tracker is an animal, and despite being able to speak with him, his use of words is very primitive. So you should carefully examine each of his statements. The first thing he heard was small things running in the walls. What did Tracker hear when he woke up? Tracker heard rats running in the vents. The servants were complaining about rats running through the air vents, so they sent me to take care of it. I heard one of them running in the vents upstairs, and I followed it here. Figured it had nowhere else to go, so I opened it up and put a trap down. He must have heard the rats that Jan mentioned. They weren't actually running in the walls, they were running in the vents. It's kind of a... whatever, semantics. The next thing he did was call the Queen, but she didn't answer. Why didn't Leif answer Tracker's message? She might have been asleep. The Queen that he's referring to is probably Leif, but Leif wasn't with him at the time. He must have called out to her telepathically. Leif was distracted. Oh wait, the familial bond was nullified by anti-magic field? Is that where they're going with this? Oh, okay. Leif didn't respond because she never got Tracker's message. The telepathic capabilities granted by familial bond were disabled by the anti-magic field, which means that this encounter happened during the lockdown. So that covers his first two statements, but you're not really sure what to make of the flying rat he saw. Tracker, why did you refer to the rat as flying?
Because rats don't usually jump and fly.
Yes, I got that. Is it possible that what you saw wasn't really a rat?
Rats are rats. They're small things that run and hide.
So rat is a general term for him. He uses it to refer to small animals that are acting suspiciously. Anyways, with everything you know now, his last statement doesn't make sense. He said that the Queen finally answered him, and this happened after he picked up the stick. That shouldn't have been possible due to the anti-magic field. The sword that was stolen was actually... Oh, the stick that Tracker obtained was actually the Sword of Spell Eating. Tracker, about that stick you found, where did you put it after you came back to this room?
Tracker hides stick in safe place. Under the bed.
And this stick doesn't look like the sword that my friend is carrying?
What?
Hey, your friend stole my other stick.
Wait, your other stick?
Yeah, Tracker found it while he was hiding from the metal men.
Metal men? Is he referring to the King's Guard? He must have left the bedroom when they were searching for the Sword of Spell Eating. Wait, are you the one who stole Celeste's sword? Tracker!
Did Tracker do a bad?
It's as I suspected. Tracker was the one that brought the Sword of Spell Eating here.
What?
I have no idea how or why, but the Sword of Spell Eating was lying in a hallway somewhere. Tracker found it and brought it back to Beatrice's room. His room.
That can't be. So the person who framed Beatrice for the theft was...
Bravo!
If it weren't for Tracker, the Inquisition never would have honed in on Beatrice at all. But why would the Sword of Spell Eating be lying in a random hallway? Leif, do you mind if I borrow Tracker for a little bit?
It's okay, Queen. He smell good. Tracker trust him.
Thanks, I guess?
Okay, but only if you allow me to accompany you.
You know about Miriam's position, but how does Leif feel about you prosecuting Beatrice? It's possible she might try to sabotage the investigation if you let her accompany you. But as Tracker's owner, you don't really have a choice. I mean, we're kind of the long arm of the law right now. Can't we flex that a little bit? You nod, Leif, but you also send a subtle gesture to Celeste to keep an eye on her. She silently nods and slowly follows behind her.
Celeste is like, I'm ready to cut a bitch if she does anything wrong.
I'm like, wait, no, that's not what I meant! Alright, Tracker, can you take us to the hallway where you found these rats?
Sure thing, King.
It looks like you've received a promotion. Yep, as I suspected. You allow Tracker to lead you to the location where he found the Sword of Spell Eating. Surprisingly, it's fairly close to Beatrice's room. He apparently didn't travel very far before he met those rats he mentioned, so let me look at the map because, you know, I have aphantasia and I can't picture these things. So Beatrice's room is here. It's not far from Leif's bedroom, so it's somewhere in this area. As you continue towards your destination, Tracker suddenly becomes extremely tense. Tracker, what's wrong?
Enemy!
Oh?
Before you even have a chance to react, Tracker steps between you and Eris and begins angrily barking at her.
Oh dear. Tracker, stop that!
Leif tries to calm Tracker down, but he's undeterred. He continues to bark at Eris, and it looks like it's taking all of Leif's strength to hold him back.
I'm terribly sorry. He's not usually like this. It's to be expected. I'm not sure why, but animals have always been able to see me for what I'm not sure why, but animals have always disliked me.
What is Eris doing here? You recall seeing her at the barracks too. She said that her father is friends with Beatrice, but is she involved in this case somehow? Anyways, you came here for a purpose. You should examine this hallway and see if you can find any clues. Gee, what clue could we find? There's an air vent over here. It appears to go from the ceiling to the ground floor. Is this where that rat escaped to, Tracker?
That's where the jumping rat went.
I thought you said it was a flying rat.
Tracker see that too.
Okay, it would probably be better to just move on. Anyways, where did this rat come from?
Rat come out the other wall.
Do you mean the vent on the opposite side?
Yes, Tracker saw a flying rat escape that way.
What was this rat doing here in the first place?
Repario Arcanum.
There's magic.
What?
What do you see?
The vents have traces of illusion magic inside them.
What?
The traces also go deep inside these vents. It's the same for the vents on the other side, too.
Why would there be traces of illusion magic inside the vents? What spell could have possibly left those traces? I don't like that you're on screen right now.
As I told you many months ago, illusion spells tend to do one of two things. They either create freestanding illusions, or they can disguise an existing creature.
I doubt someone created a small freestanding illusion in the vents, so a disguised creature must have been inside these vents at some point. So, something disguised itself as a small creature, but it was still small enough to go through the vents. It could be someone with a very distinctive familiar, trying to prevent it from being detected. That could make sense.
These vents are tiny. No one would be able to fit inside them.
Rats were scared, but a rat would be able to fit in these vents.
Well, yeah, I guess that'd be true. But that would mean that the rat had an illusion spell active on it at the time.
It's not only that. Happened after he picked up a stick. Should have been possible. Yeah, come on, we already know this, Tyrion. Tracker saw this rat during the lockdown. They would have been inside the anti-magic field created by the lockdown. There can only be one way that rat could have an illusion spell active on it.
Wait, you can't mean...
That rat was holding the sword of spell eating. Yep.
What? But how is that possible? A rat wouldn't have the strength or hands to carry the sword.
Tracker's vocabulary is primitive and limited. He uses the word rat to describe small creatures that hide and act suspiciously.
But even if that wasn't an actual rat, it still couldn't have been a human, right?
You're right, it would have been a small animal. A small animal with the strength and dexterity to traverse a small vent while holding a sword. I just can't think of who that could possibly be. What could possibly have done this? Ah! Okay, the game's like, we're not gonna insult your intelligence here.
No, are you serious?
We know that Harold had a motive to kill William Frege. He was planning to defund the Haraldson Hall of History. They had an argument that night, and that's when William Frege decided that he was going to defund Harold's museums. He must have struck a deal with Beatrice. With Beatrice's portion of House Frege, she could have easily kept his museums funded. He could have faked the robbery and sent his familiar to murder William.
I can't believe this.
And there's something else that Tracker said. Scared rat fell into the floor, dropped his stick. Rat had a stick. Tracker, you said you had to smell to see where the rat was. And when he dropped his stick, you were finally able to see him. Does this mean you couldn't visually see him before he fell down?
Yeah, Tracker couldn't see the rat with his eyes, so Tracker used his nose to see it.
The monkey was invisible.
No one would have noticed a small invisible animal. In addition to that, he moved through the air vents. No, his arcane art is transmutation. So they would have needed, you know, someone else. Someone else to cast illusion magic. They would have needed someone else. They would have needed someone else! Anyway. Eugene would have been nearly undetectable that night. Beatrice is a Oh, Beatrice has illusion magic too? God damn it. I thought we were finally going to be able to pin something on this goth chick. Never mind. Beatrice is a master of illusion magic, so it's possible that she cast invisibility on Eugene.
Gesture! Clap both hands together! She was doing that all the time that night, and she claimed it was something to to calm herself down. She was doing that to mask the sound. She deliberately gave herself that tick, so people wouldn't think much of it when she clapped her hands together. Oh, that's clever. Oh, that's clever. And then there's the position of this air vent. We're currently in the hallway just north of Beatrice's room, and this air vent connects to the ground floor. If we align the two floor maps together, this vent must lead to the storage room. Right, the air vent there curved upwards. This is where it must be where it leads.
And according to Jan, that air vent led directly to William's study. It would have been the perfect route to enter William's study and leave undetected.
But you wouldn't have needed to nullify the lock to enter that room. Why would he need to use the sort of spell-eating at all?
Because of familial bond, they can telepathically communicate with each other. Harold probably needed Eugene to hold the sword so he could tell him exactly where to go. The sword's magic affects anyone magically connected to the wielder, and familiar bond connects them magically. It makes sense now. Harold could have easily faked the robbery to take suspicion off of him, and that's where Beatrice came in. Because she had powerful enough magic to shatter the case. It's even possible that he was lying about how the display glass was shattered.
But I've known Lord Haraldson for many years. I just can't believe that he'd be involved in this.
She may have known Harold for a long time, but she's never read his thoughts. His thoughts were very hostile and rude. Despite his kind expression, he's very good at hiding what he's truly feeling.
And Beatrice, there's no way she'd participate in a plan like this.
Look, Leif, I know you don't want to suspect her sister, but
it's not that. Beatrice would never trust anyone enough to work together like this.
But she's completely blind. She wouldn't have much of a choice.
Even so, she's not the type of person to trust her accomplice to stay quiet. She'd find a way to carry out a plan herself, and she'd only employ someone else's help if she had full control of them.
Leif probably knows her better than you do, but you doubt that working alone would be possible with her condition. And you can't think of any other way she'd be involved in this.
Anyways, we're finished here, aren't we?
Yes, thank you for lending Tracker to us, Leif.
I only want to help you find out what really happened. Don't make me regret trusting you, Mr. Cuthbert.
If you're truly on the side of justice, then you won't.
Good. Now if you'll excuse me. So that's it, right? We finally know who committed the murder, then.
And if you can get Harold to confess on the stand, he might reveal Beatrice's involvement as well. If he does that, you might be able to convince her and Miss Timora to take a plea deal. Although, knowing Miss Timora, that will be easier said than done. Anyways, this is definitely the lead that we've been looking for.
But is it really enough? We still don't have any physical evidence.
It'll have to do for now. We're running out of time. We'll just have to call Harold to the stand to testify about what he did that night. If I can push him far enough, I might be able to catch him lying. But you will doubt it will be that easy. He has a good poker face. Just how much will he be able to hide his true thoughts? I already gave my statement to the Inquisition. Is my testimony really necessary? Sorry, old-timer. My orders come straight from the prosecutor. We're gonna need you on the stand today. I understand. I'll do what I can to help. from the prosecutor. He's very careful to be like, the prosecutor, not that kid that you fucking hate that you talked to before. Alright, back into the courtroom. I like how snappy the investigation segments are, too. They don't waste your time like Ace Attorney tends to do. Court is now resumed for the trial of Beatrice Frege. Let us review yesterday's proceedings. There was much debate over William Frege's inheritance. More specifically, it was unknown whether the defendant had any claim to her father's inheritance. This detail was crucial in determining whether the defendant even had a motive to commit the murder. Luckily, the victim's will was supposedly read earlier today, and it is now a part of the public record. What were the results of the will reading, Mr. Cuthbert? William Frege was planning to leave all of his assets to Jaden von Sanctus, his hopeful son-in-law. However, this was predicated on the condition that Jaden married the victim's daughter, Leif. And it's clear that Miss Leif will never follow through in this engagement. If the engagement is not made in 6 months, William Frege's assets would be divided among his 3 daughters. Wait, why was there... Wait, I'm suddenly second-guessing myself. Why was there the specific... No. Wait, never mind. The 6 month is not indicative of, like, Leif being knocked up, because this is the old will, not the updated will. If this was in the updated will, that would add a whole nother layer of Judge Judy to all this. But never mind. I'm off on the wrong tangent there. I see. So there was no mention of the defendant's disinheritance. Correct, Your Honor. This means that the defendant did have something to gain from the victim's death.
Your Honor, despite the confusion around the victim's inheritance, there is still very little physical evidence that implicates my client.
May I remind you that Miriam Frege was not telling the truth in yesterday's proceedings? That itself is extremely suspect.
And William Frege was clearly not above manipulation and lying. You can't prove that she knowingly gave false testimony.
I'll admit that I can't prove that. I'll also admit that there's a lack of apparent physical evidence to substantiate our case. Another passage. Very well. Flip to a random page. When invading hostile territory, the general principle is that penetrating deeply brings cohesion. Penetrating but a short way means dispersion. When you leave your own country behind and take your army across neighborhood territory, you find yourself on critical ground. When there is means of communication on all 4 sides, the ground is one of intersecting highways. When you penetrate deeply into a country, it is serious ground. When you penetrate but a little way, it is facile ground. When you have the enemy's strongholds on your rear and narrow passes in front, it is hemmed-in ground. When there is no place of refuge at all, it is desperate ground. I feel like we might be about to tread into desperate ground here. Oddly appropriate to our situation. Which is why the prosecution would like to call Harold Haraldson to the stand. Lord Haraldson, the sword of spell-eating clearly plays a large role in the murder, and its theft is one of the few pieces of physical evidence in this case. As the gallery's curator, I believe he can further elaborate on how the sword was stolen that night. More specifically, you can find out about what he did on the night of the murder. I see. Well, the court would definitely benefit from his insight. Bailiff, please escort Lord Haraldson to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Of course, my name is Harold Haraldson. I am the owner and curator of the Haraldson Hall of History, located in Homhereth. That's quite the alliterative occupation. Harold, could you please testify to the court about how you discovered that the sword of spell-eating was stolen? If it will help. Oh no, he and the judge have very similar voices. I've dug my own voice-acting grave. I was keeping an eye on my gallery's exhibits when I realized that my familiar hadn't returned. I called to him telepathically, but he didn't respond. I became worried, so I went around the manor to search for him. About an hour later, I returned to the gallery and discovered that the exhibit that held the sword of spell-eating was completely destroyed. The artifact was missing, so I reported the crime to the Knights of the Ball, and they activated a discreet lockdown. Luckily, we found the sword and my familiar later that night. So you went to search for your monkey, and that's why you didn't witness the theft? Yes, the thief was probably waiting for me to leave. They must have wanted to commit the crime without anyone seeing them. Or his testimony is completely full of it. His search for Eugene must have been a cover that he's using to hide his actions that night. So how do you prove that? Let's figure out where he found it. His statement just now is missing some details. What details should you ask him to elaborate on? How did you find Eugene? How did you eventually find Eugene that night? After an hour of silence, he finally responded to my telepathic messages. He met up with me in the gallery before we went to search for the sword. So this would have been after the theft was reported. Yes. He would have had to pick up Eugene after he murdered Lord Frega. This must be the alibi they're using to account for the time that no one could see Eugene. Anyways, this detail could be extremely important. Please add it to your testimony, witness. Harold. Yes, of course. Harold.
He says that he went around the manor to look for Eugene.
Went around the mayor.
Do you think he's telling the truth?
Maybe, but his so-called search for Eugene gave him a good excuse to not be seen by anyone. It's a decent alibi, if not without its flaws. You'll just need to poke some holes in that alibi. Met up with him in the gallery room before they finally found the artifact. Oh, well, let me see what happens if I do the other thing. How did you eventually find the Sword of Spell Eating? The King's Guard and I slowly and carefully checked each room in the manor. After about an hour, we finally found the artifact under the bed in the defendant's room. That must be where Tracker hides the sticks that he finds. Now, you think about it, he is probably the one who stole Celeste's sword in the first place. Yes, we've established this. Oh, okay, so I get to change which... Okay, so I can either... Well, that detail is fine. There's no problem with that, so... Let me add the other statement instead. And then what can I use to blast a hole through that? Oh, the lockdown, the anti-magic field.
Objection!
Duh. Harold, you found Eugene before you went to search for the Sword of Spell Eating. This would mean that happened while the lockdown was still active, am I correct? Also, I like how, normally the whole reason in gameplay for me to interrogate these witnesses is that I'm doing cross-examination, but now I'm the prosecutor and I'm still just running everything. I'm like, no, the defense doesn't get to cross-examine my witness. Not allowed. Yes, as much as I was worried about the artifact, Eugene's safety was far more important. That's the thing, Harold. You said that after hours of silence, you finally received a telepathic message back from Eugene.
What?
So that leaves one question. How did you communicate with Eugene telepathically if you were both within an anti-magic field? What? Harold, in response to the theft, the King's Guard activated the lockdown system to prevent anyone from leaving. That same lockdown system would have placed an anti-magic field over every inch of that manor. That field should have suppressed the telepathic abilities given to you with a bifamilial bond. You wouldn't have been able to speak with Eugene at all. Mr. Cuthbert, are you accusing the witness of lying in his testimony?
Please, Cuthbert is blowing this entire thing out of proportion. An anti-magic field is a resource-intensive spell. We can't assume they managed to cover every inch of the manor, especially the areas that would only be accessible to a small animal.
Miss Timora, let's assume that Eugene managed to reach some sort of blind spot in the lockdown system. The magical telepathy granted by familial bonds connects two people. Even if Eugene wasn't affected by the anti-magic field, Harold would be. That's very true. So how did I hear him that night? There's only one answer that makes sense, Harold. You did hear Eugene telepathically. Because Eugene was wielding the sword of spell-eating.
What?
I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but are you saying that the sword of spell-eating was stolen by the witness's pet monkey? I am, Your Honor. It's the only way the witness's testimony makes sense. She doesn't have a rebuttal. You should push this while you still have a chance. Harold Haroldson, you were the one who stole the sword of spell-eating, weren't you? Yeah, we're literally fighting against Mom now. Morning, Tail. Afternoon for you, isn't it? And what reason would I have to steal something that already belongs to me? It was to take suspicion off of you, because you were the one who had William Frege killed. You staged a robbery and used the sword of spell-eating to make Eugene invisible. Then you sent him through the manor's ventilation system, also you could have him murder William Frege in his study.
Well done, Cuthbert. I suppose you just can't stop yourself from pursuing a lying witness.
It's what I do best, Miss Timora.
Of course. Witness, do you have anything to say in your defense?
It's quite obvious, but I completely refute the prosecution's allegations. He's misguided, but he's just doing his job. You're expecting his thoughts to be hostile like before.
Then do you also refute your statement about Eugene telepathically speaking with you?
I know better than to lie on the stand to try to save myself. I can't explain how it happened, but I stand behind my testimony. Eugene did telepathically contact me during the lockdown. How did he do it? Wait, so he doesn't know how that telepathic communication happened? Perhaps he overlooked it when he was planning the murder with Beatrice.
And what's your position, Cuthbert? That the witness sent a monkey to murder William Frege?
It may sound ridiculous, but it's the only thing that makes sense. Or do you have any evidence to refute that, Miss Timora?
No, I fully and wholeheartedly agree with you, Cuthbert.
Wait.
Tyrion?
Mr. Cuthbert, did you forget that you were prosecuting Beatrice Frege?
Your Honor, even as a prosecutor, it's clear that Cuthbert just can't stop himself from finding the true culprit.
But wait! I also meant to say that the defendant conspired with the witness to commit the crime!
Oh, really? Do you have any proof of this conspiracy to commit? Of course you don't.
But even so...
But let's assume that you did have evidence to prove your statement. If this really was a plot formed by my client and the witness, what would my client even contribute to this plan?
Yeah, she absolutely got me. Ruby has been a very, very cunning opponent. She's a fucking smooth operator.
From what you said, this plot was completely carried out by Lord Haroldson and his familiar.
Well... The glass! It would have needed a powerful mage like the defendant to break the sword's display case and stage the robbery.
So her contribution to the murder was breaking some glass. Can you prove that my client shattered the display case? And can you prove that she did so knowing that it would somehow lead to her father's death?
You might have gotten a little too eager to prove Harold's guilt. Down, girl.
The physical evidence against my client was almost non-existent in the first place. Meanwhile, it seems the prosecution has just brought forward physical evidence that implicates Lord Haroldson. Physical evidence that is supported by his own testimony.
There has to be some explanation for this.
Cuthbert, didn't you ask me something yesterday? If my client didn't kill the victim, then who did? I suppose I should thank you for finding the answer.
Damn it, all you did was make it more difficult to prove your case. Just like I said, we're about to be on dangerous ground. But Harold has to be involved in this. You weren't wrong about that. Only Eugene would be small enough to traverse the air vents. So isn't there anything else you can use? With the threat of indictment, Harold must be stressed. It's gotten you out of tight spots before. Maybe you can find the evidence in his mind.
You can use every trick you have, Cuthbert. It won't help you.
Ignore her. Calm your mind and focus the Eye of Horus on him. You have to find something, anything that might tie the murder to Beatrice.
Naught can remain concealed.
Empowered Eye.
Eugene, just what were you doing that night? Did you really wield the sword, if only for a brief moment? Wait, he should have known exactly where Eugene was that night. Why would his thoughts say that? Ah, damn it. Eventually we'll tie you to something, you harpy. Reject the sword. I can't believe that one of my artifacts was used to commit a murder. It's completely disrespectful to the culture and history behind it. What? He's speaking as if he truly had no hand in this. But that can't be true, can it? Oh, wait, I know what else for the kill shot. Ah, William, it's a shame that things ended up this way. I truly hoped I could show you the value of living God's history. Oh, okay. No new insights from that. Lockdown system? Young Tyrion's argument makes sense. I couldn't have heard Eugene while the lockdown was active. What is going on here? Tracker's testimony? No. Oh, wait. The modified will, maybe? Damn it. Armbands of intellect? The armbands of intellect are still missing, but I inspected it closely before the Lord's Ball. They were still there when I moved them to Frega Manor. Someone must have stolen it during the ball. Right, you never did find what happened to the armbands. Could there seriously have been a second thief there? I don't like that they're keeping loose ends in these cases. They're all tied back to you, I know it. Sound of rats running through the vents? No. Wait, maybe Ruby got to it. What about the defendant? It's truly a shame that Beatrice was driven to flee from her own family. If only I'd introduced myself to her, perhaps we could have found a solution together. He doesn't know Beatrice? But how? She planned the murder with him! Unless... Wait, what? What's going on? He's speaking as if he really had no hand in this. You can guard yourself from the Eye of Horus, but you can't lie to it. And if that's true, were you wrong about Harold's involvement? Is he really innocent?
See anything, Cuthbert?
Ah!
Your Honor, it's clear that the prosecution has nothing left to argue. There's very little evidence implicating my client, and there's a far more likely suspect in front of us right now.
Yes, I must agree, Miss Timora. At the very least, I see no reason to prolong this trial any longer. Wait! Beatrice couldn't have personally done this. Discounting the fact that she's completely blind, she was with the two princes for most of the night. So who actually killed William Frege in his study? Think about this. The reason why you suspected Harold in the first place was because of what Tracker said.
Tracker's vocabulary is primitive.
Oh, whoop! I thought that was her talking. Tracker's vocabulary is primitive and limited. He uses the word rat to describe small creatures that hide and act suspiciously.
But even if it wasn't an actual rat, it still couldn't have been human, right?
You're right, it would have been a small animal. A small animal with the strength and dexterity to traverse a small vent while holding a sword. Tracker definitely saw some kind of animal. Was it someone else's familiar? I mean, it must have been I guess it was another familiar with everything we've learned. No, it had to have been Eugene? Oh, right, and Eugene couldn't have communicated with Harold. Okay, okay. He wouldn't have entered those vents out of mere curiosity. Why was Eugene in the air vents? You know now that Harold didn't participate in the murder, but he didn't know about what. But did he know about what Eugene was doing that night? Eugene was not acting of their own free will. Oh. Harold was not acting of his own free will. The mind control bullshit, of course. Oh. I guess that's too big of a leap. Eugene was acting to frame Harold? Beatrice was acting to frame Beatrice. I don't understand what they're trying to get at here. Eugene was acting or was not acting because of blackmail? Eugene was acting of their own free will, maybe? Oh, the armbands! The armbands, he somehow got them. Those increased his intelligence, so he had enough free will to do a murder on his master's behalf? Maybe. Eugene was acting of his own free will. That's the explanation that makes the most sense. But how and why? Harold is the only person that is magically connected to Eugene. And even if Beatrice somehow got Eugene to follow her orders, she wouldn't have been able to direct his actions telepathically. Beatrice couldn't use any other conjuration spell to contact him either. She was also in the anti-magic field when she was with Aster. So if Eugene was the one who murdered William Frege, was he acting independently? No, that can't be possible. This plan required knowledge of Frege Manor's ventilation system. It also involved murdering William during the lockdown and destroying his will. Eugene might be smart for a monkey, but a normal monkey wouldn't have known how to identify and destroy William's will, even if Beatrice had somehow trained him to do all this beforehand. Eugene wore the armbands of intellect. No, it couldn't be. Armbands of intellect they still haven't found. The armbands. The thief didn't shatter the glass. Exactly. Moreover, the armbands were actually replaced with a very well-made replica. The magical locks on the case can be disabled. How are they normally disabled? They can be turned on and off using a spoken password. How many people know this password? Only myself. I personally oversee the transport of these items when they're moved. His monkey would have heard it, because his monkey's always with him. Of course. Only Harold knows the password, but someone could have overheard him saying it. Someone that's constantly looking over his shoulder. You've made some ridiculous statements in the past, but there's no way the judge will even entertain this theory. You'll have to be smart about this. Your Honor, I think there's one more witness that can clear up this discrepancy once and for all. I believe he can prove the prosecution's case to the court. Really? I frankly find that hard to believe. Please trust me, Your Honor. There's an element to this that we all aren't seeing. And it's one that no one will believe.
What do you have planned now?
Very well, I'll give you one last chance, Mr. Cuthbert. But know that if your next witness fails to unveil any new information, I won't hesitate to end this trial. I understand, Your Honor. So, I'm going to need you to bear with me for a moment. Why? Your Honor, the defense calls Eugene Haroldson to the stand. Never mind, I retract my earlier statement. I'll be passing my verdict. Wait! Just bear with me for a moment. Mr. Cuthbert, I should find you in contempt for even suggesting this. Do you honestly think I'll allow a monkey to give testimony in my courtroom?
Yeah, it sounds pretty out there, even for us.
I'd like to remind the court of the nature of Harold's bond with Eugene. Eugene is a familiar. This means that Harold Haroldson can speak with him telepathically. But this is absolutely monkey business indeed. Show me the law that says an animal can't give testimony, Your Honor. It may be unprecedented, but it's not against the law. Very well.
Your Honor, you can't be serious right now. Are you actually going along with this?
Oh, Miss Timora, I'm looking for any possible reason not to entertain this. But Mr. Cuthbert has a point. There are no laws against this proposal. We straight up did do the Airbud defense. Amazing. So I have no choice but to oblige his frankly insane actions for now.
Well, I guess it doesn't matter. It's not as if this will reveal anything.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but bailiff, please escort Lord Haroldson's monkey to the stand.
Witness, please state your name and occupation to the court.
I could do without the sarcasm, Miss Timora.
Eugene, it's Eugene! Eugene Monkey!
Bailiff, make sure the stenographer gets Haroldson's translations.
Ugh. You can't see the armbands on him right now. He must be at his normal intelligence now, or they could be hiding under his sleeves. Although, how would he even wear them? Perhaps he held them in his hands. They only require physical contact, after all. Eugene, did you steal from the gallery on the night of the murder?
Eugene never steal from Harold! Eugene, respect Harold!
Then you'll have no problem testifying about where you went during the Lord's Ball. I can't believe that I let you convince me to permit this.
Eugene, explore house! Eugene, look for new place to play! Eugene, also look for spiders! Spiders, yum yum! Oh, you think Eugene steal armbands of intellect? Oh, Eugene never steal from Harold! Harold friend! Eugene always Harold's friend! Oops!
Is it too early in the morning to start drinking? Do I really have to voice act this fucking sentence?
Eugene owns Harold's friend! Eight strong together!
Wow, you did it, Cuthbert. You blew this case wide open.
I would do it because it is my day off, but I do have a doctor's appointment later, so probably shouldn't.
Is this really going to help us?
Look, you'll just have to trust me on this.
I trust you?
That sentence sounds like it turned into a question at the end. Okay. I wasn't accusing you of anything, Eugene. Perhaps you accidentally unlocked the case and took them thinking they were some sort of toy. This could all be an honest mistake.
Eugene not dum-dum! Eugene know how important artifacts are to Harold! Eugene never take from him!
You might not have knowingly done it. Or perhaps you took one of the artifacts by accident.
Eugene never do that!
Then how do you explain your brief contact with the Sword of Spell Eating? Harold couldn't have telepathically contacted you unless one of you was wielding it.
Eugene don't understand question!
Right, he wouldn't know how the sword works without his heightened intelligence. Unless... What do you mean, unless? What do you mean, unless? Your Honor, the witness's thoughts contradict the evidence. Mr. Cuthbert, the witness's statement was many things, but it was not contradictory. Right, I suppose I see what you mean. Do you consider yourself close to Harold?
I would guess so. They literally have a magical connection with each other.
Right, I suppose the bond between a mage and his familiar would require a lot of trust.
Harold saved Eugene from Bagman years ago. Eugene would never betray.
So you're a rescue.
Bagman, Eugene engaged. He told people to throw peanuts at Eugene. Harold take Eugene away from that prison. Lock up Bagman.
He seems to genuinely care for Harold. Could that be why he did this? He clearly feels indebted to him. That might have been his motive.
Tyrion,
I know it looks bad. But I swear there's more to this than meets the eye. Was bad man Freya or something?
if you say so.
There has to be something in his statements. He had to have been wearing the armbands on the night of the murder. Which thought reveals that? Think about how Tracker spoke. Is there anything different in the way Eugene is speaking right now?
Objection!
This one? Wait a minute. Eugene, I asked you before if you stole anything from Harold's gallery.
Eugene, no! Eugene would never steal from Harold!
Cuthbert, don't waste our time by having him repeat that statement.
That's the thing, Miss Timora. That's not the same statement he made in his testimony. I asked the witness if he stole an artifact from the gallery. I never mentioned the armbands of intellect.
What are you talking about now? The witness lacks the understanding to differentiate between the artifacts. It was clearly just a simple mistake.
It's not just the fact that he named the wrong artifact, Miss Timora. It's the fact that he used its actual name. I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean, Mr. Cuthbert. Your Honor, Your Honor, animals can't speak the same way that humans do. Even when a telepathic link is established, their vocabulary is extremely limited.
Right, Tracker called the sort of spell eating a stick before. It's hard to understand what he really meant.
Exactly. So that raises the question. How did Eugene know they were called the armbands of intellect? Wait, how did he know? The armbands were stolen during the Lord's Ball and replaced with a well-made replica. Where are the armbands of intellect right now? If he had worn the armbands when he was sneaking to the vents, he would never had the opportunity to put them back. And the armbands are still missing. Eugene is wearing the armbands at this moment. It can't be. Is he really? The armbands were designed to be worn by humans, so Eugene couldn't wear them on his arms. So where would he wear them? You initially thought that he carried them in his hands, but there's a far simpler explanation. Eugene, do you still maintain that you didn't steal the armbands of intellect?
Eugene told you already! Eugene never steal from Harold!
Then I suppose you wouldn't mind taking off your hat. Oh my god! Oh my god, this is an amazing sprite! Oh my god, this is an amazing sprite! He's like, huh, I guess you finally figured me out, Tyrion Cuthbert. Also, the chat tracker has died right on time. Let me give it a kick. Oh, I love it. Great use of that yes, yes, yes emote, by the way.
Are you serious right now? You don't think he's wearing them right now, do you?
It's the only thing that makes sense. The armbands were taken on the night of the murder, and they are still missing. If Eugene did indeed steal the armbands that night, he would have never had the opportunity to return them. He had no choice but to continue wearing them until the investigation was over.
This is absolutely ridiculous. You're spinning a fairy tale. Do you honestly expect us to believe that a monkey increased its intellect beyond human limits?
If I'm wrong, the witness can easily refute my theory by removing his hat. Well, what's it gonna be, Eugene? You see him fully break character, and he slowly but silently lifts his hat.
No, you can't be serious.
Everyone can see it plainly. He's wearing the armbands like a crown around his tiny head. Romano, what? No! From out of his hat, you see him pull out something else. Okay, so now that he's dropped his facade, he clearly needs a completely different voice. Oh man. And he's actually speaking, because it's not in the telepathy. Oh my god, this is incredible. Let's see, it was kind of like,
Eugene never abandoned friend.
so maybe I kind of like, how do I do like an intelligent screechy voice? No, I think I just like have it sound completely different, because he's advanced beyond Monkey. Also, this is just an amazing screen. Show this screen out of context to anyone who doesn't know this game, and they'll be like, what is this?
Well done, Mr. Cuthbert. I shouldn't have underestimated you. Are you serious? This is probably a blessing in disguise. I don't think I could bear debasing myself any longer.
Objection.
Objection, Your Honor.
On what grounds, Miss Timora?
On what grounds? Everything about this situation is objectionable. It's downright absurd. Is he seriously Beatrice's accomplice?
But Miss Timora, we can't deny what's clearly in front of us.
I was not ready for today. How is he even talking right now?
Scholars believe that humans and apes evolved from a common ancestor. Perhaps all apes can speak the common language under the right circumstances.
Evolved? Please, I've observed your society.
I think calling humanity evolved is being quite generous.
This can't be happening. Well, are you all done gawking at me like a bunch of simpletons?
Simpletons? Wait a minute. It's quite difficult to separate myths from actual historical accounts. Right, I remember encountering a similar problem at the Imperial Academy. I was reading the monkey's thoughts! Okay, I needed a minute to compose myself, and I have returned with a small glass of bourbon, because what the hell? Yeah, this is monkey insider trading at this point, CJ, I think. Okay, let me voice the flashback.
Ah, you must be quite dedicated to your studies. They let this simpleton into the Imperial Academy?
Rude, but you suppose that can't be helped. Every insulting thought that you've seen from Harold, they weren't Harold's thoughts at all. They were Eugene's thoughts. He's been wearing the armband since you first met. But I still don't understand. Why would you even take the armbands in the first place?
I'll admit that the Lord's Ball was one of many occasions. The first time I touched them was due to sheer chance.
You put them on by accident?
My unawakened self was enamored by its glittering sheen. I merely wanted to touch them, but when I first held them in my hands, I experienced a sense of clarity that I'd never felt before. I was afraid of what I'd experienced, so I left them alone. But as I returned to my primitive lifestyle, couldn't stop thinking about what I felt that day.
You were hooked?
I wouldn't quite phrase it like that, but I suppose you're not wrong. I already knew the password to Harold's vault, so I'd come in from time to time and indulge in the armband's power. But the more time I spent with my awakened intellect, the more I craved its power when I had to put them away.
And that's when you made the replica.
While no one was watching, I devised a plan to discreetly take the armbands. Harold would have eventually discovered that they were stolen, but he would have concluded that a noble from the Lord's Ball took them.
Because of the pressure that he was receiving from the crown.
I'm not proud of what I've done, but I never expected things to reach this point. I didn't expect someone to steal the sword of spell eating as well. And I certainly didn't expect a murder to happen that night.
So you still maintain that you're innocent?
Of course I do. I stole the armbands, but I did not murder William Frege. Nor did I take the sword of spell eating. Allow me to elaborate. I'll admit that I took the armbands and replaced them with a replica, but I was not the crook who stole the sword of spell eating. The thefts were completely different from one another. The display case for the sword was completely shattered. I spotted the sword when I was exploring the manor. It was lying in the middle of the hallway. I wondered why such an important artifact would be lying there, so I took a closer look to inspect it. That's when I heard Harold call out to me telepathically. The sword must have protected me and Harold from the anti-magic field. I wanted to take the sword and return it, but a wild dog chased me away from the scene. He has a point. He didn't need to shatter the display case of the sword.
Yeah, he already knew the passwords. But Tracker said that Eugene was the one who dropped the sword. Furthermore, he escaped into the air vent that led into William's study. His actions that night were definitely not as innocent as his testimony implies. He must have lied somewhere. Display case was completely shattered. Lying in the middle of the hallway. Took a closer look to inspect it. I don't see any obvious contradictions. Let me just start pressing and see what I can figure out. You stole the armbands by using Harold's spoken password, am I correct?
Yes, I sit on his shoulder most of the time. He obviously never suspected what I'd do, so it was a simple matter of listening to him when he transported the artifacts to Frege Manor.
And can I assume that you knew the passwords for the other displays as well?
I do, and I can easily demonstrate it.
You doubt that he'd lie about that when you can easily check it. Even so, you already lied about not stealing the armbands. Why should we believe you now?
The answer to that lies in the physical evidence.
How do we know that you didn't shatter the glass to cover your tracks?
Harold's password nullifies the locks, but they don't nullify the magic that protects the glass. Harold told you himself, didn't he? Only a powerful mage could have shattered the reinforced glass.
But as a familiar, magic can be cast through you.
Only Harold can cast magic through me. I can't cast any spells by myself. And even if I could, Harold's spell compendium doesn't have a spell that's powerful enough for that.
His logic is sound. But if what he's saying is true, who shattered the glass?
Anyways...
But that location was near the Frega's bedrooms.
Don't tell me that you... What do you take me for? I know what a bedroom looks like, and I'd never enter one uninvited.
Then why were you there in the first place?
I was coming back from the rooftop garden, but I suddenly felt something interfering with the armband's magic.
The anti-magic fields.
Yes, I was worried that something had happened, so I made my way back to the gallery to meet up with Harold.
Does that make sense with the map? Rooftop garden, near the Frega's bedrooms. Okay. No, that tracks. I see. Could you add this to your testimony?
Very well.
Yeah, the anti-magic would stop his armbands, but he already kind of, like, And that's when you made contact with him.
Yes, I was quite surprised too. At the time, the magic of the armbands was being nullified. When I picked up the sword, my intelligence finally returned.
Okay, they're addressing it.
That's how I knew that I was holding the sword of spell eating.
Was this the first time he tried to contact you this night?
No, he had telepathically messaged me earlier that night. But I was so absorbed in my exploration that I ignored him.
He was absorbed into his exploration? Would that really cause him to ignore a call from Harold? Didn't you have enough time to grab the sword? You were holding it after all.
I'm not proud to admit it, but my survival instincts took over. At that point, I was more concerned about escaping that wild animal.
You suppose that makes sense. Tracker is several times larger than him. He had every reason to be afraid.
His story makes sense. There's no way he could have shattered the glass.
I suppose so. But Tracker saw him that night. He was definitely traversing the vents in that hallway. Which means he lied somewhere in his testimony. Oh, wait. Dan's testimony. No, the rats in the vents.
Objection!
Shit! Rooftop garden to the gallery. Let me look at the map again. Rooftop garden to the gallery. Because it's near the Frega's bedrooms, right? Am I misremembering? Hallway north of Beatrice's bedroom. Hallway north of Beatrice's bedroom. Yeah, okay. Alright.
Objection!
God, it's hard not being able to visualize things in my head when it comes to having to figure out shit like this. Eugene, I'm sure you're well aware of this, but the best way to lie is to hide a false detail within many truths.
And what are you trying to insinuate, Mr. Cuthbert?
You said that you were heading from the terrace to the gallery. Did you take any detours?
Of course not. With the armbands nullified, my intelligence was slowly fading. I wanted to return to Harold as soon as possible.
Witness, I'd like for you to take a look at this floor map of Frega Manor. This is the location where that wild dog found the sword of spell eating. So tell me, Eugene, how did you spot the sword of spell eating? When it was hidden in the hallway north of Beatrice's room.
That's... Why are you nitpicking such an insignificant statement? He probably just got distracted and went down the wrong hallway.
Miss Timora, Eugene came from the rooftop garden. And he was adamant that he went directly to the gallery to reunite with Harold. Even if his intellect was muddled, he was intent on reuniting with his worried companion. He definitely took the direct route. But if he did, he never would have been able to see into that hallway. I see your point, Mr. Cuthbert, but what does this mean? It means that the witness lied about where he was before he discovered the sword of spell eating. He wasn't coming from the rooftop garden. He came from the air vents in that specific hallway.
Yeah.
So why were you in that hallway, Eugene? You lied in your testimony. Was it because you wanted to hide what you were really doing that night?
I...
Admit it, Eugene. You snuck through the air vents to avoid detection. Then you used the air vent in that hallway to break into William's study. After that, you murdered him using his letter opener, didn't you?
That's not what I went there to do!
No, I didn't mean... Order! Order in the court! Witness, is this true? Did you break into William Frager's study during the lockdown? Yes, I did enter his study, but not for the reason you think. William Frager was already dead when I got there.
What?
What did you just say? It's true. Do you honestly expect us to believe a story like that? How could someone else have killed the victim before you got there? Tracker took the sword of spell eating, and you were the only intelligent creature that could walk through the air vents. I understand how unbelievable and suspicious it sounds. Why do you think I lied in the first place? But it's the truth, Mr. Cuthbert. You have to believe me. You don't see any contradicting thoughts through the eye, but that hardly absolves him of guilt. But could he really be telling the truth? If that's true, that only brings you back to the one question you've been asking since this all began. Who really did this? Okay, Eugene, let's assume you're telling the truth. Do you actually believe me? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. You're still my only suspect for this. But I know better than anyone about jumping to conclusions. So I'll give you the benefit of the doubt for now. I see. However, if you want to absolve yourself, I need you to tell me about what you really saw that night. There might be something, anything, that might point to who really did this. Very well. I'll tell you what I saw. Although I doubt you'll believe me. I discreetly made my way to that hallway through another air vent. I exited the air vent in that hallway and tried to leap to the other side. Not sure if it was my waning intelligence or my desperation, but I collided with something that I didn't see. I fell to the ground and found the sword of spell eating lying next to me. Wanted to retrieve the sword, but that wild dog forced me to retreat. After that, I continued to make my way to the study. That's when I found William Frager. He was dead on the floor and lying in a pool of blood. And as if I were blessed by the Scaled Lord himself, I found the will that he was drafting, so I destroyed it. Frankly, Mr. Haraldson, I find that story very difficult to believe. I assumed as much, but you know what they say. Truth is stranger than fiction.
Isn't it more likely that you murdered the victim? You're clearly trying to cover up what you did by saying that he was already dead. Honestly, I really don't know what to think.
Is he really telling the truth? I thought monkeys were extremely dexterous. Are you just clumsy? I have impeccable dexterity. Sounds like you struck a nerve there. I must have been muddled from losing the armband's magic. That's it? Okay, that makes sense. Did this wild dog have a white coat of fur? He did. Are you acquainted with him? Something like that. Well, next time you meet him, tell him that I don't appreciate being called a rat. I'm a proud orangutan. You can understand him? I've picked up a little of the canine language throughout my life. I'm also fluent in squirrel and pigeon. I can also speak owl, but I admit that it's barely conversational. As much as you want to test the validity of those claims, they're not relevant to the case.
What happened when you entered the study? It seems awfully convenient that he was murdered before you arrived.
I know how it may seem, but I'm telling you the truth. And do you have any explanation for how the assailant broke into the study without the sword?
I, unfortunately, do not. Please, it's obvious your testimony doesn't match up with the evidence. Whoever did this either entered through the vents, or they used the sword to nullify the lock. And your own testimony states that the sword was abandoned in that hallway.
Doesn't match up with what you thought happened. Doesn't really contradict the evidence you have. Anyways, what did you do when you discovered the body?
I knew it was only a matter of time before someone discovered the body, so I quickly searched the room for something I could use.
So you were the one who took the will. I've been trying to find it. What did it say?
I was pressed for time, so I didn't read the entire document, but I found an order to his executor to defund the Heraldson Hall of History. Since he went out of his way to specify that on the current copy, I concluded that his former will didn't have this addendum.
Yeah, that's the important part, but I don't know how to pry that out of it. So you could save Harold's museum by making sure it never got submitted for probate. Anyways, do you have the will with you?
My apologies. I crumbled up the will into a ball and ate it. I then left the room before my intelligence was completely gone.
We're really hoping to see if William followed through on his threat to disinherit Beatrice.
He seems to be telling the truth this time.
I agree, but we still need to be sure. Press all his statements, okay. But why were you there in the first place?
It all began when William Frege got into an argument with Harold, and Kerr wanted to defund the prestigious Heraldson Hall of History. I knew a man like William probably had many secrets. So I devised a plan to break into his study and find something that I could use to blackmail him. As you know, there's a small air vent in that hallway. It connected to William's study on the ground floor. I wasn't aware that William was planning to stay in his study all night, so I thought I could look through his documents without anyone seeing me.
You suppose that does make sense. But is he really telling the truth?
What happened when you tried to leap into the other air vent, Eugene?
Oh wait, collided with something you couldn't see. No, I need to object using the lockdown. Because anti-magic field.
Objection!
No? Do I object with anti-magic field the spell? I know I'm onto something here.
Objection!
No? Oh, wait, because it was holding the sword, and then he collided... Never mind, that makes sense. How did you know it was the sword of spell eating?
When I held it in my hands, I felt my intelligence return, but I also heard Harold calling out to me telepathically. He was clearly growing worried, so I knew I needed to move quickly.
Okay, it legitimately was just press everything. It's hard to believe, but you can't see any direct contradictions. Should you press him more? But what if he's telling the truth? If Eugene did do this, your next course of action is clear. Though that still wouldn't explain how Beatrice fits into this. You recall something that Tracker said to you. Tracker, you said you had to smell to see where the rat was? When he dropped his stick, you were finally able to see him. Does this mean you couldn't visually see him? Oh, wait. Creature object. Affect anything the creature is wearing or holding, if targeting a creature. Never mind. I thought if it affected an object, anything that the object was in contact with would be invisible, but no, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah, Tracker couldn't see the rat with his eyes, so Tracker used his nose to see it.
Eugene was invisible.
Eugene, when you were carrying out your plan, did you turn yourself invisible somehow?
No, I hardly had the means to. And even if I had somehow convinced Harold to cast a spell on me, he doesn't know how to cast invisibility. Very few mages do.
Right, you recall Eris saying the same thing during the Nightgrave trials. Only a master of illusion magic could do that. That's how you first thought Beatrice was involved. But if Eugene is truly innocent, did she turn someone else invisible? But if that's true, you're right back where you started again. No, think through this. Eugene's testimony fills in a blank that's been missing. Felt intelligence return. And what happens when you cross-reference that with Tracker's testimony? Smell flying rat, could smell where rat was, bork at him. Tracker must have scared rat because he fell into the floor and dropped his stick. So where does that lead us? Eugene dropped the sword in the hallway? The rat dropped the sword. What's the commonality behind them? The thief dropped the sword in the hallway. The thief dropped the sword in that hallway. But how does that make sense? Did they hide the sword there like you originally thought? No, that hallway was close to the gallery. There were plenty of better places to hide the sword. If it weren't for Tracker taking it, it would have been found even sooner. The thief must have accidentally dropped the sword there. This can only mean one thing. What was the thief in that hallway? The thief was breaking through the air vents? Was tunneling through the air vents? Were they was sneaking through the air vents? Oh, okay. The thief was also sneaking through the air vents. It's the only reason why they would be there. That would imply that the thief was as small as Eugene. Could it have been another familiar? And if so, why didn't Eugene notice them? Wait. Collided with something that I didn't see, yes. He collided with something he didn't see. In other words, it was something that wasn't visible to him. As a master of illusion magic, Beatrice is one of the few people at the ball that could cast invisibility. Would never trust anyone enough to work together like this. Oh, but she's completely blind. She'd only employ someone in his help if she had full control of them. It's like I originally thought. She used a familiar and could see through the familiar's eyes. Have you been approaching the situation incorrectly the entire time? Through the eye, you knew that Beatrice was involved somehow, but you just assumed that she was one part of a larger plot. The break-in of the glass and the casting of invisibility. These were the elements that you knew she was involved with, but it never really fit together. Not unless she was the one pulling the strings the entire time. There's only one way she could be in control the entire time. She used familial bond. A couple of memories flood into your mind. Familiar, souls are bonded, can see through his eyes. Can see through his eyes. Hi, I'm Tyrion Cuthbert. I'm Miss Timora's ward. You extend your hand to shake hers. She has an aristocratic air to her, so you hope you're not being too informal. Instead of taking your hand, she claps her hands together and takes a deep breath. What?
Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. It's a bit of a habit of mine.
Oh. Nevertheless, she finally shakes your hand.
I've heard much about you, Mr. Cuthbert. My name is Beatrice.
You didn't know that she was blind back then, so you barely even noticed it. But how did she know that you were holding out your hand? Well, do you have any other questions for me? If you're wrong about this, Beatrice will surely be acquitted. After that, the Inquisition will turn their attention to Harold and Eugene. But there's only one way to know for sure. Your Honor, the prosecution has no further questions for the current witness. He is dismissed.
What?
I see.
You have something else planned, don't you?
Yeah, and I actually need your help.
Really?
Tell her about your plan.
Really? I feel like you're making some big assumptions there. Wouldn't the Inquisition check for something like that?
I know. It's the best play we have. Do you remember what Steelwind said yesterday?
But at the moment the gods saw the body, one of them cast Detect Magic. With that spell, they would have seen any invisible people hiding in this room. Wait, you can use Detect Magic like that? Of course, it's standard procedure. Like all spells, invisibility leaves traces of magic on the person it's cast on. Some mages can use Detect Magic as a way to see through invisibility.
If everything goes the way I think it will, you'll be able to confirm its location. Once you do that, you just need to reveal it to everyone.
Alright, I'll follow your lead then.
So, Mr. Cuthbert, how do we proceed? Your previous witness brought about more revelations than I could have ever guessed. However, you still haven't given a substantial explanation about how the murder occurred or who actually did it. I understand that, Your Honor, but it will all make sense after I call my next witness. Another witness? I understand your hesitance, Your Honor, but after everything we've learned throughout these trials, everything that we've learned throughout these trials is finally coming together, and this final witness will tie it all together in a perfect knot. Your Honor, the prosecution calls Beatrice Frege to the stand.
Seriously, Cuthbert? You went to all that trouble just to end up calling my client to the stand?
You and your client have the right to refuse, Miss Tymora. But I wonder
How that will reflect on your client's character.
doesn't really matter. She's already standing there with Miss Tymora. You can carry out your plan regardless of what she decides to do. It will have much more impact if you can bait her into lying on the stand.
My client says that she's willing to testify. However, we would like to propose a short recess. With these new developments, I'm sure you can understand that we have much to discuss.
I see no reason not to grant the defense's request.
Is this really okay? If we give them time to prep, they might realize what we're doing.
I know, but I don't think we have anything to worry about. You've been building a psychological profile of Beatrice since this case began. It's hard to read her expression and emotions, even with the Eye of Horus. She keeps herself guarded and keeps her true intentions unknown. She's powerful, more powerful than her father ever cared to admit. Despite this, he tried to control her and put her inside a cage. But Beatrice Frege would never live inside a cage. She wanted freedom and control, and she would do whatever it took to get it. You're sure the accident that blinded her didn't help things? When everything was said and done, she abandoned everything. Her wealth, her status, her family. She could have waited. She could have gritted her teeth until it was her turn to lead House Frege. If she was willing, she could have even secretly pushed her father past the gates of death itself. But she couldn't bear to live like that, even temporarily. You have no idea why this is how she chose to do that. Perhaps it had something to do with their meeting. But you do know one thing. Beatrice Frege will never put herself in a position of vulnerability. If you endanger her freedom, she will make sure that she can see who she's up against. In the interest of giving the defense time to deliberate, we will be taking an extended recess. Court is adjourned. Let us go on the monkey bars. And thus my viewer count dropped to 0. As you are exiting the courtroom, you sent Celeste to do some reconnaissance. It should be similar to when she scanned Valentina during the Nightgrave trial. It's an appropriate term.
Tyrion!
Celeste, were you able to see it?
Yeah, it's definitely there. It sits on her shoulder most of the time.
So she keeps it close to her. That's good to know.
It looks kind of weird, though, but I've never used detect magic like this before.
Well, you doubt that someone like her would choose a conventional animal, especially for something like this.
Cuthbert,
Miss Tymora.
There's something I need to show you. Preferably alone.
Celeste gives you a concerned look, but you nod to show her it's okay. She moves to sit on the bench where she can keep an eye on Beatrice. Okay, lead the way. Oh no, we're about to get assaulted and knocked the fuck out, so we can't interfere with what's about to happen. This is gonna go badly. We're gonna get stabbed in the back. Miss Tymora leads you out of the courthouse and into the city? How long is this recess? Every time you ask her where she's taking you, she avoids answering your question. Dude, I know that's your adopted mom, but you're adversaries right now. Don't trust her on this.
Alright, we're here.
You arrive at an empty alley in the frankly seedier part of the city. As Miss Tymora approaches one of the derelict buildings, she's met with a large burly man who's guarding the back door. Or beat over the head with a fire extinguisher, right? We won't even have a convenient cell phone to save us from that. The man silently acknowledges her and steps aside to let her in. Miss Timora, where are we going?
I'm sorry about this. I'm sure you're confused. But please trust me. I'll explain everything.
Before you have a chance to ask for more information, she moves into the building. The man guarding the door looks at you expectantly. The entire situation doesn't sit right with you, but you still continue to follow her. Despite your recent disagreements, you know that you can trust her. I don't know about that. As you head further into the building, you find yourself in a surprisingly well-furnished room. From how it looked outside, you never would have guessed that it would look like this. It almost looks like a room that you'd encounter in the Frege Manor. As you enter the room, you spot several mercenaries standing at various points in the room. Fuck! And most surprisingly, you see Eris standing at the end of the room.
You give her a confused look, but she simply smiles and waves at you.
Oh no, this is the crime lord guy. Sitting at a desk next to her, you see a man with an eye patch. Looks like he's been expecting you. The problem is that I already gave this guy a voice, and it's the same voice I borrowed for Eugene. Oh well.
Ah, Timora.
Upon seeing you two, he cordially welcomes Miss Timora before turning his attention to you.
And you must be Tyrion. Timora's told me a lot about you.
I see, but who are you?
Huh. I've been called many names over the years, but my favorite has always been the Eye Taker.
Name Eye Taker. Occupation boss. Status about to whack me. The Eye Taker.
From the sounds of it, you've already heard of me.
Miss Timora, what is this?
My daughter Eris has told me all about your work prosecuting this case.
She's his daughter?
But I have to say, I'm quite impressed.
Gonna take your Eye of Horus, right?
Getting a monkey to testify? I don't think I could even pull off a grift like that. You've pretty much blown past my expectations. Why,
Get to the point. As soon as you interrupt him, you feel every person in the room tense up. You don't even need the eye to know that your interruption put them on edge.
Relax, everyone. Kids will be kids. I'm a father myself, you know. Anyways, I'll get straight to the point. I have a certain interest in the outcome of this trial.
What are you talking about?
Little Lady Freya's been a client of ours for a long time. I've done quite a lot of favors for her. The time has finally come for me to collect.
Those debts that Steelwind mentioned.
They all belong to me. But there's no need to worry. I know she's good for it.
That is, if she can inherit House Frege.
What? Timora's a good attorney, even without my help. If she's convicted, we could easily reduce her sentence by rubbing the right hands.
But you see, there's that pesky Slayer rule. The thing is, Cuthbert, I need Beatrice Frege to be acquitted in the current trial. So that's what this is about? House Frege's gold? That's why you helped her murder William Frege?
Please, my goals aren't nearly so short-sighted. I have big plans, not just for Beatrice, but for this entire kingdom. And I need House Frege for that.
Just like you needed Justin Way.
Tyrion! Ah, Justin. It's really a shame what happened to him.
Don't act so innocent. He never would have tried to rob Dracogen if you didn't threaten him. Tyrion, you need to shut the fuck up. Just promise that you're gonna be a good boy and throw the case, and then go back and stab him in the back and figure out something later.
Is that so? Do you think I just randomly showed up on his doorstep one day, demanding gold? He was the one who came to me for help. I just told him to pay back what he owed. If he hadn't come to me, it would have been some other criminal. But that's beside the point. Enough about what I wanted from Justin. Let's talk about what I want from you.
You want me to throw the case? Ah, I love this kid. I'm gonna have to beat around the bush with this one. No one will doubt you, especially considering the amount of work you put into this already.
You don't need to do anything.
Just take a dive. Let someone else take the fall? No matter what happens, the court will blame someone for this. If it makes you feel any better, I can assign Tymora to defend the old man and this monkey. That way everyone can come out of this unharmed. Everyone wins. Except for the fact that a murderer will be put in charge of House Frega. Please. As if that's any worse than the people in charge of the other noble houses. He's got a point. If you recall, there's already a murderer in charge of House Von Sanctus. He's kind of cooking here. They're all dirty. You've seen it, haven't you? They rig the system, they pay, threaten, or even kill people to get their way. All we're doing is, leveling the playing field.
Tyrion, please, just listen to him.
How can you just go along with this?
I told you a long time ago that there were certain parts of my job that I couldn't tell you about. Well, this is it. This is what we need to do to beat them. Those rumors about you, they're all true, aren't they? Forgery, bribery, blackmail. You're guilty of each and every one of them.
And you used him to do it. Also, you could keep winning. You blackmailed Miriam, Miss Tymora.
Oh, as if we should show any pity for that spoiled princess.
A dreadful thought just entered your mind.
Steelwind. She was attacked the day that Beatrice was arrested.
Was that?
I didn't know that's what they were planning.
Despite my confidence in Tymora's skills, I'm afraid there is just too much riding on this to leave to chance. You've got to make your own luck if you want to beat the system. How could you? She almost died. We never expected her to strain her injuries like that. We definitely didn't expect you to take her place. So believe me when I say that I'm being uncharacteristically reasonable right now. How could you even consider working with someone like him? Don't you think it's a little arrogant to judge her, Cuthbert? What? You talk about defending people as if you two are even close to being equals. But she doesn't have the luxury of looking into people's minds, now does she?
You told him about the Eye of Horus?
The future of magic is changing, kid. Like I said before, I have big plans for this kingdom. And I also have big plans for you. Do you think I would ever?
Tyrion,
Stop!
to be honest, I hate it as much as you do. But whether you like it or not, we need their help.
But this is...
Think about every client you defended. Think of Celeste. If you didn't have the Eye of Horus, what would have happened to her? If even one thing went differently, Pierce would have gotten away and Celeste would have been executed. You've taken chances and followed your instincts, and that's worked for you so far. But what if it's not enough? What if the system is too corrupt for you to fight against next time? With the Eye Taker's help, you'll never have to worry about that again. If I had accepted his help sooner, I could have saved your mother.
So what's it gonna be, kid? You already know about what happened to that Steelwind brat. So I don't need to tell you what'll happen if you don't play ball.
Wait!
No. What? Maybe you're right. Maybe I can't always win against the nobility unless I play dirty like they do. But this is wrong.
Tyrion?
I'm not going to compromise my principles. Not even for you, Miss Tymora. Sorry to hear you say that, kid. I really am. With one motion of his hand, every mercenary in the room draws their weapons.
Please, you don't have to do this.
Whatever conviction you had before is slowly fading. You should have never entered this place. You knew something was off. There are about a dozen mercenaries here, and there's even more guarding the way out. You're nowhere near as physically strong as Celeste, but maybe you can make a break for it if you get lucky?
No.
Celeste? What the? How did you get in here?
My whole job is keeping this guy safe. Did you honestly think I'd just let you take him to an undisclosed location?
Heh, doesn't matter. This if one girl will make a difference. Well, what are you all waiting for? Is that really her? Upon seeing Celeste, the mercenaries cautiously step back. No one wants to make the first move. Hell yeah, indeed. Yeah, this is great. This monstrous aura, it has to be her. What the hell are you doing? You have her surrounded. Despite his command, no one takes a step forward.
Look. Let's all just sit down and talk about this rationally. Perhaps a different approach is warranted here, Father.
What?
Could I have the opportunity to speak with Mr. Cuthbert? I believe I can make him see things our way.
I'm sorry, sweetie, but I can't... Well, you've never been wrong before. I'll leave them to you, love.
Shall we go, you two?
So, Eris has the power to mind control people and literally shift reality. This happened a lot in Case 2. Just to fill you in, because I know you didn't watch that one. She did this all the goddamn time in Case 2. People would start to be like, whoa, no, I don't know if I can let you get their way, only for, like, that little glitch to happen, and then be like, oh, okay, alright. Celeste silently watches Eris with her sword drawn. But unlike the mercenaries, Eris seems unmoved. She merely walks past her and out the exit. You and Celeste exchange glances and follow after her.
Huh, that was close. I don't think I could have fought that whole room while protecting you.
Does that mean she could have fought them if she were alone?
You two are really courageous to a fault, aren't you?
Eris, I appreciate you vouching for us, but I'm not changing my mind about this.
Oh, I'm well aware of that. Why do you think I intervened?
Oh, well, thank you.
Is this really okay? Won't your dad be mad? I should be asking Tyrion that same question. You've seen your adopted mother's true colors and rejected them. How are the two of you gonna move forward?
She's not my...
Isn't she, though? She lost any right to deny it the moment she took it upon herself to raise you.
She only did that because I asked her to. It wasn't her choice.
Oh, but it was. How old were you when your real mother was executed? 10 years old?
Eris!
Back then you barely knew Tymora. Would have been a stretch to even call her a family friend. She was the adult in that situation, and what did she do? She fed your anger and hatred for the nobility, instead of allowing you to process your grief healthily. Tymora took you away from your only friends and isolated you from society. She even homeschooled you, didn't she?
That's...
As a result, you never formed any other relationships. You made your first close friend at the age of 20, and she was your client. Don't you think that's a bit sad? She isolated you because she wanted to use you.
That's not true. That's not why she...
From what I've seen today, you clearly have no idea who Tymora is.
She's been a little sus, but yeah, this is painting her in a very, very bad light. She's not even having to use magic for it, as far as we know.
Even with the Eye of Horus, you're clearly a terrible judge of character.
Eris, you're going way too far!
To save you from more heartache, let me give you one last piece of advice.
Eris leans in really close to you and begins to whisper in your ear.
You honestly think Celeste will ever love you?
What?
I'm sure you understand now. Timora can only afford to pay her exorbitant salary because of my father. You've already burned that bridge. So where do you think the Crimson Demon will go when you can't afford her services anymore?
No, she's not.
With Flynnart dead, she has to worry about her mother. Do you think she has the luxury of playing around with you for free? Or did you actually think that she enjoys spending time with you? Tyrion, you have to look at this rationally. Any support or affection that she's given you has only been to keep you as an employer.
You seem to know a lot about these things.
I had to do a lot of networking when I was a mercenary. Do you know how many times I had to charm a merchant into hiring me?
Why are you doing this?
Because I just trying to keep you from getting hurt. It may seem cruel, but you have to be realistic about these things. You trusted Timora and she betrayed you. Try not to make the same mistake twice.
Celeste didn't hear anything she said, but she seems to notice how it's affecting you.
Eris, that's enough! My apologies. I've been told that I've been too blunt sometimes. But I do hope you'll think about what I said. Anyways, the trial should be starting soon. We should make our way back to the courthouse. I'm genuinely curious to see how this trial ends. Hey, Tyrion, are you okay? What did she say to you?
She reaches for your hand, but you instinctively yank it away from hers.
Tyrion?
Sorry, I didn't mean to... I'm okay, really.
Okay. Is he mad at me?
You can think about everything else later. But for now, you know what you need to do. You need to convict Beatrice Frege. Yeah, she is very smart, and that is why she is a love-to-hate character. She is supremely good as like a behind-the-scenes manipulator, intelligence, charisma kind of villain. She's not overtly evil. She's overtly evil to us, the audience, but to the other characters, she's just, she's just hitting you with hard-hitting truths. She's just trying to best inform you. And, if that happens to lead her towards whatever nefarious end she happens to be pursuing, oh well. Court is now resumed for the trial of Beatrice Frege. Is the defendant prepared to take the stand? Timora, I asked you a question. Is the defendant prepped or not?
She is. If the prosecution still wants to move forward with...
The prosecution will be moving forward with this. Please bring in the witness. Do you still see it, Celeste?
Yeah, it's still there. Should I reveal it now?
No, let's make a point of it. Wait for my signal. Thank you for agreeing to take the stand, Miss Frege.
Mr. Cuthbert?
It's my understanding that you were with the two princes for most of the night.
Yes, I was. Which is why I'm still quite confused at why I'm being charged for this crime. Out of everyone there that night, I'd have thought my alibi was the most solid.
That remains to be seen.
Clearly.
Anyway, since you still maintain your innocence, you have no problem going into detail about your supposed alibi. Oh, who Eris's mother is? Oh, I think I'm picking up what you're putting down. I hadn't even thought about that. Oh. See, my assumption was that she was like the demon inhabiting the body of a little girl. And like she just mind-controlled Aitake into believing that he's her biological father, but I think you're cooking there. I think you're cooking there. That's a great thought. Good point, CJ.
As you know, I was with Crown Prince Aster and Prince Alaric for most of the ball. I went there after meeting with my father, and I remained with them until I was arrested for his murder. Lord Steelwind of the Kingsguard kept watch over me for the entire night as well. I had neither the means nor the opportunity to steal the sword of spell-eating and break into my father's study to murder him.
Objection!
And that, Miss Frega, is where you're mistaken. You definitely had the means to commit both crimes while under the eye of everyone there that night. The most effective tool an attorney has is revealing a contradiction in a witness's testimony. It not only completely shatters your opponent's argument, it also makes the court doubt whether the witness is acting in good faith. Usually you've used evidence to reveal contradictions like this. Now, Celeste!
Aburiel! Wait, what are you doing?
Your Honor, the witness's testimony is clearly...
Oh my god, what the hell is that thing? Tyrion, get behind me!
A monster! It's a monster! Someone call the Inquisition, the Kingsguard, anyone! The judge is just hiding. Your Honor, can you please restore order? Your Honor?
Yeah, he fled out the back door the moment he saw me. It can talk?
It's a demon! It must be! Just like the legends say! Can we all just calm down? Takes a while before you can get everyone in the room to settle down. Eventually it was clear that the demon wasn't intent on harming anyone, at least not yet. The court ordered extra guards just in case, and you're eventually able to bring everyone back to the courtroom. Mr. Cuthbert, what is the meaning of this? Sorry, I didn't know it was a... Actually, what are you? Are you a demon?
Why, yes. I am a demon.
Demons actually exist? I thought they were only a legend. Your Honor, not only do demons exist, the defendant has made one into her familiar. She's only blind in the literal sense. She is constantly looking through the eyes of her familiar to see.
And?
What do you mean, and? It's pretty obvious that making a pact with a demon is incriminating by itself.
Tell me, Your Honor, do the laws of Wyverngard prevent entering in accord with a demon?
They don't, but...
Then my client has committed no crime. Even so, I really would have preferred not revealing Marunath like that.
Marunath, is that your name?
It's what most people call me.
Name Marunath. Occupation, demonic familiar. Status, sinister. I suppose you have a point, Tymora. Having a demon as your familiar isn't technically illegal. However, this does prove that the defendant had a way to commit the murder, all while under the eye of everyone in the ballroom. She could have sent Manorath upstairs to the gallery and had him steal the sword of spell-eating. After that, they would just need to traverse the vents into William's study, just like Eugene did that night. The fact that her familiar is a demon proves that she couldn't have done that. What do you mean?
You saw how everyone reacted when they saw Manorath's form. A monkey may have raised some eyebrows, but someone surely would have reported Manorath if they saw him.
Tymora, your client is a master of illusion magic. Can I assume that we'll find invisibility in her spell compendium?
You might.
And with the connection granted by familial bond, she could have cast the spell on him regardless of where each of them was.
I'll admit that my client does know how to cast invisibility. But your theory raises another question. Could my client continue casting it unnoticed?
Continue casting it?
You'll understand once I go over the order of events that night. At an unknown time, someone stole the sword of spell-eating from the Heraldston Gallery. Due to the timing of this, I'll admit that it would be logically consistent if my client was the thief. However, sometime later, my client met with the Crown Prince and was watched closely by the Kingsguard. Witness accounts, including yours, we know this happened at 12:45 a.m. And since this time, my client didn't leave the Kingsguard's sight.
Oh no, how long is the... 1 hour. So all she would need is to mutter the incantation quietly, but she kept clapping both hands together.
It was around this time that William Frege retreated into his study and locked the door. He made a point of telling everyone that he didn't want to be disturbed. Then at 1:03 a.m., Lord Haraldson finally discovered that the sword was stolen. He reported the theft to the Kingsguard and they activated the lockdown system.
Yep, exactly, Tail. Exactly.
Shortly after the report, Leif Frege tried to speak with her father about the theft. William Frege reiterated that he did not want to be disturbed. Leif saw his face. There weren't any traces of illusion directly on his body. This means that William Frege was still alive at the time. Unbeknownst to everyone at the time, William Frege was attacked by the murderer at 3:12 a.m. This is confirmed not only by Jan Hughes' testimony, but also by the autopsy report. Then at 3:26 a.m., the Kingsguard found the Sword of Spell Eating in my client's old room. The Kingsguard tried to arrest my client for this, but the Crown Prince told them to stand down. Finally, at 3:36 a.m., the lockdown was lifted. Jan Hughes reported what he heard, and that's when the Inquisition and the Kingsguard discovered the body. The theft must have happened before 1:23 a.m., when it was actually reported. In order to keep her familiar concealed at every step, my client would have needed to keep him invisible from 1:03 a.m. to 3:12 a.m. Not only that, she needed him to wield the Sword of Spell Eating to ignore the effects of the anti-magic fields. This means he would have needed to be invisible for more than an hour.
What's your point?
My point is that invisibility has a duration of 1 hour. I'll admit that my client could have cast invisibility before she met with the Crown Prince, but if she wanted to keep Manarath invisible, she would have needed to recast the spell at some point that night. And as you know, my client could have done so during that night without the Kingsguard noticing it.
Your logic makes sense, but that can only mean that the defendant refreshed the invisibility right in front of everyone watching. In front of the entire Kingsguard, the two princes, and Lucio Steelwind? As unlikely as it is, it's the only conclusion I can come to.
I had a feeling you'd say that, which is why we have a witness who can confirm that Beatrice didn't perform any magic that night.
A witness? Your Honor?
The defense would like to call Prince Alaric to the stand.
I see. He would have certainly been close enough to notice the defendant casting magic. But wouldn't the Crown Prince's testimony be more suitable?
Are you trying to say that Prince Alaric is unqualified to give proper testimony, Your Honor?
Of course he's saying that. The kid is 7 years old. No, of course not. Is the prince ready to testify? Grow a spine, for Lord's sake. Thank you for coming in, Prince Alaric. Could you please...
Hold your tongue, knave! You will speak when you are spoken to. Oh god, he sounds exactly like Miriam when we first met her.
Honestly, he behaves exactly how you'd expect a prince of this rotten kingdom to act. Astor's the odd one out in this situation. Makes you wonder what made him so down to earth. Your Highness? Mr. Cuthbert believes that the defendant used her magic when she was with you and the Crown Prince. I think he's a little better, but not by much.
I already gave my statement to the instigators. This man dares to question my testimony.
Yes, he said it, not me. Wow, the judge didn't even think twice about throwing you under.
But very well, as my testimony is required to strike down these redundant accusations, I will bestow it upon you.
Redundant? Don't you mean ridiculous? Mr. Cuthbert, do not dare to suppose what His Highness really means. His boots must be shining from all that licking you're doing. Got him! What was that? Nothing! Alright, before we move into his testimony, I need, because I feel like we're getting close to the end, I need a little bit of a snack to keep me going, and to re-up my water, because I'm feeling the sips of whiskey I'm taking, so I need to offset that, so I can still continue using my brain. I'll try to make this one quick. Sorry. Be right back. Alright, sorry about that. I return with a refilled water and some lovely raisins. Hope everyone's Monday is off to a good start. This has been a delightful roller coaster ride to start off mine. So, I'm having a good time. God, I love raisins. I need to buy them more.
You think Lady Frega cast magic right in front of me? Don't be a serf. She was under the careful watch of the Kingsguard, my brother, and Lord Steelwind. We conversed for the whole night and I didn't see her cast any magic. She's been through so much over the last few years, all because of her horrid father. She'd never do something like this. You and Lady Steelwind are just jealous.
He seems really convinced that he didn't see anything. You doubt that he's intentionally lying. Celeste, usually when you cast Detect Magic, I can see magical energies overlaying your eyes.
Yeah, there's always a visible magical effect on the target when I cast a spell.
But Marunath was probably in another room. The Kingsguard wouldn't see the initial magical effect of invisibility.
Even if there wasn't a visible effect in the room, she still would have needed to say the incantation and perform the gesture with her hands.
Right, how you shout,
"Prepare your Arcanum!"
every time you scan a crime scene.
I don't shout it.
Anyway, she must have done the incantation and gesture at some point during the night. Did she ever get an opportunity to conceal herself to do so? Oh, it jumped me into the middle? Interesting. If I recall correctly, you and your brother were with her until she was arrested for the murder. What did you speak about?
She told us stories about what she did while she was away. She was researching something. I forgot what she said. Something about the old cult.
Do you mean the occult?
Yeah, that's it. She was researching ghosts and demons.
Considering who her familiar was, her research must have paid off. Anyways, Your Highness, could you please add this to your testimony?
If I must.
The occult are... Okay. Don't think that's relevant. He probably meant don't be absurd. There's not much to be gained from correcting him. You may think the idea is absurd, Your Highness, but the defendant was clearly good at keeping secrets. She could have easily concealed her actions at some point during the night. A brief moment to say the incantation and perform the gesture would have been all she needed. But I wasn't the only one watching her. But would they really have noticed her casting one spell? The Kingsguard are the most vigilant knights in the kingdom. They are trained to watch over and counter a mage's spell. But the defendant needed to target someone who was in another area. There would be no visual indication that she was using magic. But she would have still needed to perform the incantation to complete the gesture with her hands. He is pretty knowledgeable about the arcane arts, but as a Prince of Wyverngard, do you suppose that's to be expected? Wait, the occult are a fascinating phenomena. Does that sound like... Occult are! Oh my god, she's clever.
Objection!
To cast a spell, a mage needs to speak an incantation. There's nothing that says you can't say anything before or after it. Your Highness, according to your testimony, the defendant told you that the occult are a fascinating phenomena. Is that exactly what she said, word for word? Yes, the stories she told us were quite interesting. They really struck a chord with me. I see. Well, even if they were interesting, your testimony proves that she did cast the invisibility spell that night. Are you deaf? I already told you. No one heard her say any incantations, nor did they see her perform any gestures. Unfortunately, your testimony proves the contrary. Beatrice Frege said an incantation and performed a gesture right in front of you, all without anyone even knowing it. What? Your Highness, there are two components required to cast invisibility. First, the caster must speak the incantation Occult Are and clap both of their hands together. And as I'm sure you've noticed, the defendant has a habit of clapping both her hands to calm herself. Now that I think about it, that habit must have come from constantly casting the spell. The defendant requires Marinath to see, so she must constantly cast invisibility to keep him invisible.
Cuthbert, you may have an explanation for how she hid the gesture, but she would have still needed to speak the incantation.
However, she did speak the incantation. The witness's testimony proves it. What are you talking about? I never said that she spoke any incantation. Your Highness, the incantation for invisibility is Occult Are. Now recall what you said in your testimony. She said the occult are a fascinating phenomena. The pronunciation of that one phrase is identical to the incantation. I see, so she hid the incantation in her conversation. And because her target was a creature that was outside of the ballroom, no one saw the magical effects. This means that Monarath had the means to murder William Frege, just as Eugene did.
Having the means is completely different from actually having done it, Cuthbert.
Very few people had the ability to shatter the display case, to steal the Sword of Spell-Eating. And even fewer people had a familiar small enough to traverse the vents.
Which also makes Haraldson's familiar an equally likely suspect. And unlike my client's familiar, he admitted to breaking into William's study that night.
If your client's familiar is truly innocent, then why not have him testify before the court? I see. Well, it's not as if he's the first unprecedented witness we've had today. Is Marunath willing to testify, Miss Tymora? You see Tymora deliberating with Beatrice and Marunath. You can't hear what they're saying, but they're definitely in disagreement with each other. Marunath in particular seems to be the most vocal about his displeasure.
Your Honor, unfortunately, Marunath is unwilling to testify.
Why the change of heart?
My client's familiar may be a demon, but he's afforded the same rights as any other person. He is not obligated to testify.
Nah, only humans get human rights. Get him up there. You look at Marunath and he's grinding his very sharp teeth together. For some reason, he appears to be looking at you with intense hatred. Why are they being so secretive all of a sudden anyway? Witnesses can refuse to testify to avoid incriminating themselves, but a refusal to testify is suspicious in and of itself. Not how it works IRL, but fine. Tymora had no issues with Beatrice taking the stand earlier. So why would she change her tune when it comes to Maranath? Jesus. And despite what she said, Maranath seems like he disagrees with their decision the most. Is it possible that he's the weakest link of the three of them? If so, he might be the key to implicating them. Demons take great pride in their ability to deceive and corrupt people. Uh-huh. You wonder. I see. Maranath is well within his right to refuse, if that's what he truly wants.
It is.
Well, I suppose it's for the best. I doubt he'd be able to corroborate your story at all. Maranath grinds his teeth together. It sounds like metal grinding on metal. Considering his diminutive figure, I don't blame him for being a coward.
But Mr. Cuthbert, could you please refrain from provoking the literal demon?
Oh, it's fine, Your Honor. He can't do anything without his master's word. And between him and the defendant, it's clear that Beatrice is the brains of the operation.
You shut your filthy celestial mouth!
Maranath, what are you doing?
I will not stand here and be insulted by a bloody Heavensborn.
Heavensborn?
I am still within my contract, and I will not flee from the likes of him. You want my testimony? I'll give you my goddamn testimony!
Objection.
Your Honor, my client does not consent to having her familiar testify.
Tymora, did you say earlier that Maranath is afforded the same rights as any other person? He has a right to refuse to testify, but only he can decide if he wants to exercise it. And he's clearly intent on giving it. So, Maranath, why don't you testify about what you were doing on the night of the murder?
Gladly. I provided sight to my keeper while she spoke with the princes. I'll admit that she did cast invisibility on me during their conversation. She needed to keep me hidden, after all. But I never left the room where my master was. Nor did I steal the sword of spell-eating. You have nothing on me, Heavensborn. You don't even have proof that I entered William Frega's study.
Do you honestly expect us to take your word for it? Or do you have any evidence to support your alibi?
I only speak the truth, Heavensborn. There were mages other than my keeper that could have stolen the sword. And by your own admission, none of your witnesses saw me on the night of the murder. The one lacking evidence is you.
He has a point. You still need definitive proof that ties him to the murder. Presenting contradicting evidence might not be possible. However, he's clearly lying in his testimony. There's something strange about the way he's speaking. Why is he pausing so much? You're not seeing any thoughts through the eye, but perhaps you can try to interpret the meaning of his words. Okay. Did cast invisibility. Never left the room. Something about that last statement raises an eyebrow for me. Scratch mark on face and back. Traces of illusion magic. I think this one is our ticket.
Objection!
Fuck. Why do you keep calling me that?
Oh, does a Heavensborn not know the nature of his blood?
Your blood? Could he be referring to your mother? Wait, do you know where my abilities come from?
Oh, how marvelous! You don't know, do you? You make a pact with me, child. I can tell you the nature of your blood, and much, much more. Mr. Cuthbert, please don't make deals with the devil in my courtroom.
I wasn't planning to, Your Honor. He clearly knows something, but making to deal with a demon is just asking for trouble. He could also just be trying to distract you. You should stay on task.
He's definitely more direct than most witnesses.
Yeah, but he's still clearly lying. There's something off about the way he's speaking. He pauses before saying certain statements. Okay. The pauses? Those are the important parts?
Objection!
I don't understand what... Let me just press until I get something. Is this something that you frequently do?
Yes, my keeper's accident left her completely blind. She looks through my eyes to see her surroundings.
And did she look through your eyes while she was with the princess?
Yes, she did.
Took a bit of a pause before answering your question. Wait, does that mean she normally casts invisibility every hour?
My keeper is a powerful mage. My pact with her has only made her stronger.
Wow, that's actually really impressive.
Really?
Casting spells may look effortless, but continually casting spells takes a lot of stamina out of the caster. She must have a lot of stamina if she can cast a high-level illusion every hour.
And did your master leave the room while she was with the princess?
No, I'm sure you remember. My keeper was under the careful watch of the King's Guard and Lucio Steelwind.
And you're maintaining that you never left the ballroom?
As I said, I never left the room where my master was.
There's a habit of pausing before he responds to you, but it only happens sometimes. Is it some strange demon accent, or is it something else? Beatrice was one of the few mages present that could shatter the glass.
Yes, but being able to do something and actually doing it are two different things.
Ugh, he's right. You won't be able to convict Beatrice unless you can connect Maranath to the murder. But you have a feeling he's the one that's going to give it to you. I don't understand what the hell the game is trying to get me to do. So let me just hit interpret on everything with ellipses.
Objection!
This may just be a combined function of the bit of bourbon I've had and streamer brain tax.
Objection!
Oh. He keeps taking pauses before certain statements, but not all of them. And more importantly, his word choice was different. Did he slip up? Maranath, it looks like you misspoke and used the wrong word. He did?
What?
Through most of your testimony, you referred to Beatrice Frege as your keeper. Oh! But you referred to her as your master during one statement. Why is that? That completely slipped by me. For the first time, he doesn't have a response. So I'll ask you again. Did you leave the ballroom that night?
I didn't leave the room where my master was.
He's using the word master again, even though you pointed it out. Why isn't he correcting it? Does that mean he's intentionally using that term? If so, why? There has to be a reason why. Beatrice is not Maranath's master. Okay, if you take his words at face value, the master he is referring to isn't Beatrice. And if Beatrice isn't his master, then the statement, "I never left the room where my master was," would technically be true. But why even bother making that distinction? He clearly has no moral hang-ups about committing murder. He could have just lied. Demons apparently pride themselves on tricking and corrupting humans. So why wouldn't he just lie in his testimony? Are demons unable to lie? No, it can't be. Demons are clearly different from humans, but would they seriously have a limitation like that? It would explain why Timora and Beatrice were so opposed to having him testify. There's only one way to know for sure. Witness, can you repeat the following statement for me? Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is green.
What kind of ridiculous request is that?
Another pause.
I'm afraid I must agree, Mr. Cuthbert. Please don't waste our time.
I'm just conducting a little experiment, Your Honor. So I'll ask you again, Maranath. Say the following phrase. Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is green.
Your Honor, Cuthbert is clearly making trivial requests to stall for time. His request is not worth a response from the witness.
That's not what I'm doing, Timoran. I think you know that. Maranath, we truly don't know much about demons aside from the stories told in myths. So is it possible the demons are physically unable to lie?
Ah. Damn it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but that seems quite ridiculous. Why wouldn't the witness be capable of lying? I genuinely don't know, Your Honor, but his testimony speaks for itself. He can easily refute it by granting my request. Say Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is green, witness.
You said it yourself. Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is green.
That's not what I asked for, witness. Repeat the statement I told you, word for word. Nothing after or before it.
Objection.
Your Honor, the prosecution's argument is absurd. The witness is not obligated to fulfill such an outrageous request.
I might be compelled to agree with you, Miss Timora, if the witness wasn't clearly avoiding fulfilling that request. Well, we're all waiting, Maranath. You can easily prove me wrong by repeating my statement plainly.
Ah, you filthy heavens born.
Say it, Maranath.
Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is...
Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is... blonde. Technically, it's a dirty blonde.
Ah, shut up!
Is Mr. Cuthbert correct, Maranath? Are you actually unable to lie? I think his silence speaks for itself, Your Honor. Remarkable. I would have never imagined. And with that, proving my case becomes a much simpler matter. Maranath, did you murder William Frege? I'm sure you understand, witness. Under these circumstances, staying silent is
Basically an admission of guilt. You have no reason to stay silent, Maranath. Tell him the truth.
Lady Beatrice, what are you...
I believe it's time to come clean, don't you, Maranath?
I see. So that's your play.
Don't think you can just stall for time, Miss Frege. Maranath has no choice but to answer the question.
Do it, Maranath. Tell the court the truth.
To answer your question, yes, I did murder William Frege.
What are you doing?
Miss Frege, does this mean you are confessing to the murder?
Oh, Your Honor, I'm not admitting to anything. This confession comes from Maranath himself.
But your own familiar just...
Let me ask you a question, Maranath. Did I order you to murder my father?
No, you did not, Lady Beatrice.
What are you talking about? You're lying, aren't you?
Demons are physically unable to lie, Mr. Cuthbert.
Damn it, she's right. She must have done something. Did she plan for this? She must have arranged things so that statement would be technically true. She could have asked someone else to give the order, or she could have just implied it. Either way, she can just plead ignorance and blame everything on Maranath. Still, this isn't over.
Oh, is that so? Let me tell you, this trial was over the moment Arya turned her blade against me.
I don't care who you are, man, king, or demon. You're not going to get away with this.
Oh, I do love the gravitas behind that, but I wonder how long it will last. Hit me with your best shot, Heavensborn.
Beatrice Frega, you may not have technically ordered your father's murder, but you were clearly acting with malice. You brought something dangerous into the manor, something that you knew would harm your father.
Oh, really? And what would that be? I didn't bring anything dangerous into Frega Manor. It was so dangerous that it implies lethal intent.
Actually, what the fuck is he talking about? Also, yes, this game's music fucking slaps. Her familiar? Ah! You brought Maranath into Frega Manor that night. You were clearly planning to murder your father from the start. The familiar's master is the defendant.
I require Maranath to see. That does not imply lethal intent.
Oh wait, the master, we don't know who the master is. I mean, we don't, but we absolutely fucking know who the master is. We absolutely know who the master is. The game just hasn't confirmed it. But... you know what? I'll buy chat 5 gift subs if I'm wrong. If she's not the master, I'll give you guys 5 gift subs. I'm that confident. But you brought a demon into that house, and as a result, your father was killed. Yeah, one for all of us. Pretty much. That's hardly an innocent mistake.
My client specifically asked her father if familiars were allowed. We even received a written legal confirmation beforehand.
Maybe it could be Ruby's, but she doesn't have an arcane art. She's not a mage. But he couldn't possibly have expected her to bring in a demon.
He didn't specify not to do this. The presence of Maranath did not break any of his rules, nor any laws made by the kingdom. Right you are, Timora. I can hardly be blamed for my familiar acts without my knowledge.
How can you be blameless in Maranath's actions? He's your familiar. You don't think she's mage, fair.
By that same logic, shouldn't we also blame Lord Haraldson for the actions of his pet monkey? If I recall, he broke into the study, tampered with the crime scene, and then left my father's body without reporting it.
That's...
Maranath and Eugene are intelligent and sentient creatures. They have their own autonomy. Their keepers aren't legally responsible for their actions.
Damn it, she's playing devil's advocate, but I suppose that's fitting for her. But you still cast invisibility to keep Maranath hidden that night.
Mr. Cuthbert, I always cast invisibility on Maranath. Can't very well let people see him. Face it, Mr. Cuthbert, you have nothing on me. I did not commit any crimes during the Lord's Ball. Every crime related to the murder was committed by Maranath.
No crimes during the Lord's Ball. Do I go after her for the theft? I think this is my best shot. Beatrice, Maranath required your magic to break the wards guarding the Sword of Spell Eating. You may be able to explain why you cast invisibility that night, but you can't explain why you cast an evocation spell, powerful enough to shatter that display case.
Oh, that. I'd almost forgotten. I plead guilty.
But what?
To the charge of grand theft, I mean. I ordered Maranath to help me steal that artifact so I could sell it on the black market. I would never have imagined that he'd use it to murder my father.
Right. It doesn't matter if she's found guilty of stealing the sword. The Slayer rule only takes effect if she's found to be responsible for her father's death. Damn it. Is there seriously nothing you can do?
Maranath
will take the fall on Beatrice's behalf. Appeal is not gonna work. Deflect won't work because it technically isn't illegal, which is insane. Let me try and threaten this cowardly little shit. Maranath, the sentence for first-degree murder is death. Are you really willing to die for your keeper's crimes?
Oh, you stupid Heavensborn. Demons never truly die. When our bodies are destroyed, we return to the abyssal hells.
Hell?
If I were to die in accordance with your laws, I would only return to my blade unharmed.
What?
Even if I could die, fate much worse than death awaits me if I fail.
Ah, those three are a pain to argue against when they're together. You can't break Beatrice's confidence at all.
So, do you have anything else, Mr. Cuthbert?
I
didn't think so. Your Honor, it appears we found the true culprit. I can't believe you killed my father, Marnath. I'm so cross with you.
I should give my apologies. I won't do it again.
Don't worry, I forgive you. Now then, is there any reason why this trial isn't ended already, Your Honor? Come on, don't you have anything else?
There is one thing.
Damn it, not again. Oh, is that all you can do now? Glare at me?
What?
Maranath, what did you just do?
I've been watching him. He's been using an old celestial trick. But it's weak. Your divine gaze won't work here, Heavensborn.
You!
It looks like that was your last piece, Cuthbert.
No, this can't be how it ends. Not after you've come this far.
What is it you like to say in these situations? Checkmate, Cuthbert.
Well, I have to say this was one of the more eventful trials I've overseen. It was many things, if not enlightening, but I suppose it all ended the same. Come on, think of something. Anything! While I find the defendant's actions quite suspect, I must agree with their argument. Aside from the theft of Lord Haraldson's exhibit, none of Miss Frega's actions that night are illegal under Wivengard law. And there's no proof that the defendant is responsible for her familiar's actions. With these revelations, I see no room for debate. We'll be taking a brief recess. I will announce my verdict once we resume. Damn it! Is this seriously how it's gonna end? After everything you've gone through to get here?
This world is bleak, merciless, and unforgiving. But I've seen you. I know how bright the light within you is. Use my eyes. Peer beyond the divine gate as I once did.
Maranath called you a Heavensborn. Your mother told you that there's a light within you. You have no idea what that means. What even is the divine gate? Why do you have the Eye of Horus? Why are you able to read people's minds? You've been so lost lately. But you thought you finally figured out who you're supposed to be. But all of this, everything you've been working towards, was all a lie. Is she an angel? You've spent your whole life trying to be like Miss Timora, but is she even like her? No, she just wanted to raise you into a tool for the Eye Taker. She was never your guardian. She was never your mother. Your real mother died years ago. Was Eris right? Is everyone in your life just trying to use you? Looking back on it, you've had no idea what to do with yourself since your mother died. You've just been making mistake after mistake, leaving Oranax, trusting Timora, becoming an attorney. You've always just done as you're told. You never once made a path for yourself.
But you saved Celeste, and Wallace, and Dracogen, all when no one else would stand up for them. Was helping them a mistake? You fought for a dream that doesn't exist, but that doesn't mean that you can't make it real. It's true that you followed Timora's lead, but you've always done what you thought was right above anything else. You wouldn't have stood up to that criminal if you truly didn't know right from wrong. You wouldn't be standing here if you'd just done as you were told.
What do I do?
I'm not going to tell you that. You already know the answer. You've always known the answer.
You take a deep breath and relax your thoughts. How do you prove that Beatrice ordered Maranath? Situations can seem hopeless sometimes, but there is always a way to win in the end. What? What? Oh, okay, I was like, are you gonna make me type in the answer? Tell a lie that separates Beatrice and Maranath. It's time to go Danganronpa. We use perjury to attack instead of a truth bullet. Oh. Oh. Damn it. Use the duck that kills Beatrice and Maranath. Use physical evidence that connects Beatrice and... Wait. And track her? In order to convict Beatrice, I need to prove that she was responsible for Maranath's actions. People leave trails. Even when they think they've committed the perfect crime, something always gets left behind. There has to be something that proves that Beatrice gave Maranath the order. Beatrice's relationship with Maranath is clearly different than a relationship between two humans. There's a specific way the relationship works. Their connection was hidden by a spell? Or wait, their connection is facilitated through a pact. There's a specific way their relationship works, or their pact, as Maranath calls it. Wasn't there something that someone said, but what was it? Who told you something about demonic pacts? They can never break them. And that was from, Oh right, the Sword of Spell-Eating is said to have been forged using a pact between a demon and a mage.
Isn't making a pact with a demon just asking for trouble? They'd definitely betray you the first chance they got.
Well, legends say that demons often drafted blood contracts for this reason. Wait, do you mean like a legally binding document? The concept is similar, but once you sign a blood contract, both you and the demon are magically compelled to fulfill its terms. That's right, Beatrice must have made a blood contract with him. A legally binding document like that must describe how the relationship works.
Leif did tell you that Beatrice would never trust someone that she didn't control.
So she would only put herself in a situation where she had full control over Maranath's actions. But it's not as if they'll ever show it to me. We have tell her to even prove that blood contracts even exist.
I guess you have a point. But if you ask me, I think you've done a wonderful job so far. So just this once, let me guide you the rest of the way.
What?
Tyrion, your eyes don't actually read minds. They give you the means to reveal truths that are being concealed. You can pull the truth out of anyone and anything.
The truth?
So, say it together with me.
Maranath, dweller of Avernus.
Wait, what are you doing?
By the Eye of Horus, I issue upon you a divine edict. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with Beatrice Frege. It's 50 pages long. Luckily, you somehow know the excerpt of the exact section you need. Prohibited from killing or injuring any and all humans. Beatrice Frege can designate individuals that are exempt from this rule. Exempted individuals will only remain so for 24 hours. Fuck yeah. You did it, but how? Was that really your... No, that's not important right now. She gave you what you needed. The rest is up to you.
What in the nine hells was that?
You! When did you learn to...
Mr. Cuthbert, what just happened? Your Honor, I just made the witness manifest their blood contract.
You did what?
Blood contract? You can think of it as a legally binding document. It lays out the terms of the pact between Beatrice Frege and her familiar. Incredible! Where did you learn how to do such a thing? Library? Wow! To think that our kingdom had access to such knowledge.
Yeah, I'm not buying it. How did you really find out how to do that?
It's a long story. You're not sure if she'd believe you, even if you told her. Anyways, the defense's argument is such. Maranath was acting alone, and the defendant is not to blame for his actions that night. However, take a look at page 7 of this blood contract. It specifies that Maranath is prohibited from killing any and all humans. There's only one scenario where he can do so, and that's when Beatrice Frege designates someone to be exempt from this rule. You. Beatrice Frege, you didn't directly order Maranath to kill your father, but you implied it by telling Maranath that he could kill him. Not only that, you did so within the 24 hours of the Lord's Ball. Your intent was clear. You brought Maranath into Frege Manor with full knowledge that he could and would kill William Frege. And that is checkmate. And just when I thought the surprises were over. But in the end, we arrived at the truth. I suppose I can't disagree with that. What do you have to say for yourself, Lady Frege?
Do not call me that.
It's almost funny that you hate your name that much. Your entire plan depended on your claim to the Frege estate.
Do you have any idea what you've just cost me? Everything has been ruined because of you.
Why should I care? You're just another noble, trying to steal power for yourself.
Don't you dare lump me together with those tyrants. We wouldn't have just liberated House Frege. We would have liberated everyone. Miriam, Leif, Arya, even Aster. Our system is broken. The only way we can fix it is by burning it down from the inside. As long as King Olivier sits on the throne, the suffering will only continue.
But Lady Frege, as the prosecutor, I should warn you. You don't want to add treason to your list of crimes. Even though you'd like to see the king ousted as much as she does.
Doesn't matter. I'm done either way.
Heavensborn, look at page 46 of the blood contract. By accepting this pact, Beatrice Frege forever binds her soul to the abyssal hells. If Beatrice Frege fails to pay her debt by claiming House Frege and all of its assets, her soul, her mind, and her life will be claimed by the Empress of Discord. The little contract goes on to name several parts of House Frege's holdings. There's very little room for ambiguity.
Arya was almost right. She just jumped to the wrong conclusion. My debts were never to the Eye Taker. They were to the abyssal hells.
Why would you agree to something like this?
Because I miscalculated. In this folder are records of your many plots against House Steelwind and the Crown. It'd be a shame if this information fell into their hands.
You think this feeble attempt at blackmail will frighten me? I've dealt with far more formidable adversaries than you. There's nothing I can't solve with House Frege's resources.
What are you talking about? Lucio Steelwind isn't the type of person you can just buy.
It's clear your time away has taught you nothing. Everyone can be bought.
Before I left, he controlled every aspect of my life. I saw him as this unstoppable, tyrannical force. But I never even considered one possibility. That William Frege was a sheltered moron.
He honestly thought he could pay off Lucio Steelwind. Anyone who's met him would know that would never work.
I could have sent this information to House Steelwind and the king. But I was running out of time. I needed to inherit House Frege as soon as I could. I felt trapped, I felt angry. I just wanted something to change. Something about this feels wrong. Something deep inside you is crying out in anger. A blood contract is still legal contract, isn't it? What? If it's a contract, we can dispute it. We can find some kind of loophole to get you out of it.
What? Trying to redeem the enemy you just defeated? You really are the Heavensborn.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but I won't accept your help. What? Why? We can at least try, right? Did you seriously come this far just so you could die?
Dispute a blood contract is to bet your own soul. If you fail to render it null, your soul will be dragged to hell alongside hers.
I hope so too, Dale. I hope so too.
Even your divine blood won't save you from that fate.
But still, I can't just... You've beaten me, Mr. Cuthbert. I don't want to drag anyone else down with me anymore. Not you, not Leif, not Miriam. Despite everything, I still have my dignity.
I believe there's no further need to prolong this trial. Bailiff, please escort Lady Frega and her familiar to a holding cell. I'll be passing my verdict shortly.
Hey, are you okay?
Yeah, as okay as I can be. You still feel uneasy about how things turned out. It doesn't feel quite like the victory you were hoping for. No, that's still a big old mystery. It's apparently why I have the Eye of Horus, but there have been no further details. I'm assuming that's all going to come out in Case 5. You fought against the demons, and you can't help but feel like you lost.
Cuthbert, we need to talk. What's done is done, but the boss isn't going to take kindly to what you've done today. I know it's a long shot, but maybe if you talk to him, he'll...
No.
Cuthbert, this is serious. He's going to send people after you. Dangerous people. You can't just ignore this. How old were you when your real mother was executed? 10 years old? Timora was the adult in that situation. And what did she do? She fed your anger and hatred for the nobility, instead of allowing you to process your grief healthily. Timora took you away from your only friends and isolated you from society. As a result, you never formed any other relationships. She isolated you because she wanted to use you. Please, just listen to me and...
Shut up.
Tyrion?
How could you do this? How could you work with criminals?
Cuthbert,
Everything you told me, all those ideals about protecting the weak, it was all a lie. Everything Commander White said about you is true, isn't it?
I'm just trying to...
I don't want your help. As you yell at her, your voice echoes throughout the lobby. Several of the people nearby turn silent. I gave up everything for you. My childhood, my home, my happiness. I left it all behind to chase the ideal that you told me you were fighting for. But it was never real, was it? You made me throw away everything. All for a goddamn lie. But I'll make it real. And I'll do it without you.
Tyrion,
As she reaches her hand out to you, you step away from her. You never cared about me, did you? All you cared about was using the Eye of Horus. That's not... Shut up! I don't want to hear any more of your damn lies! Go away! Get the hell away from me! I never want to see you again! Without a word, she walks away from you.
Tyrion...
She reaches out her hand to hold yours again, but she hesitates this time.
Do you honestly think Celeste will ever love you? I'm sure you understand now. Timora can only afford to pay her exorbitant salary because of my father. You've already burned that bridge. So where do you think the Crimson Demon will go when you can't afford her services anymore? Do you think she has the luxury of playing around with you for free? Or did you actually think she enjoys spending time with you? Tyrion, you have to look at this rationally. Any support or affection that she's given you has only been to keep you as an employer.
No.
What? I can't believe it. We actually won! Tyrion,
Celeste, there's no way for you to avoid checkmate next turn. Just surrender.
There! What about that?
Checkmate.
Damn it! You've been acting weird since we arrived in Oranax. Does it have something to do with your mother? Please, just talk to me. I'm your friend, aren't I?
Your hands are trembling. Why are you so scared right now? You feel Celeste holding your trembling hand from behind you. It's the same sensation you felt back then. Your anxiety fades and you take a deep breath. I'm not going to do that, Miss Timora. As she hesitates to hold your hand, you reach out and grasp it. She smiles as you take hold of it. She seems glad you didn't pull away this time. Without thinking, you pull her into a hug.
Huh?
Sorry, I just really need this right now. Should I stop?
No, it's just... people are staring at us.
Who cares what they think? They're nobles. They're gonna hate us no matter what we do. You're still unsure of what you're going to do next. But perhaps you don't need to. Even if Timora's ideal was a lie. Hey, Celeste. There's been something I've been wanting to tell you about.
What is it?
It's hard to explain, really. I don't even know where to begin. But it's about an ability I have. I call it the Eye of Horus. Even if that ideal was a lie, you have the power to make it real. And even if you can't trust Timora anymore, you have people in your life that you can trust. Episode end! Whew. Oh, that got good at the end. Oh, ho, ho. What a fine mess this is. That kid has completely and utterly ruined everything. Much as Timora hates it, we're gonna need to put him in the ground.
I don't think that will be necessary.
Sorry, love. I know you're fond of him, but I can't let an insult like this go unanswered. He's gonna have to pay the price.
I think you've misunderstood me, Father. I meant that this facade is no longer necessary.
What the hell?
Is something wrong, Father?
Who the hell are you? You look nothing like my daughter, so why?
It happened centuries ago, I believe. Your great ancestor hated the monarchy and needed a weapon to fight the mages of the noble house. So he made a pact with me.
What are you talking about?
But things didn't turn out like he wanted, I'm afraid. Poor Lord Leyron's plot was discovered, and his noble house was stripped of its rank and status. His very name was stricken from the annals of history. He was supposed to give me Wyvern Guard, but I had to settle for claiming his bloodline.
Leyron, how do you know about my name? No one knew about that name, not even my real daughter.
I know it's been centuries, but I haven't forgotten, John. Everyone in your bloodline belongs to me, including your daughter.
You bastard! What did you do to her?
What I do to all my prey, I made her suffer.
No!
Did you know that she was crying out for you for months? I made her watch, you know. I made her watch as I took her place. All while the father that she'd so desperately called out for forgot who she was. All while my minions slowly and painfully tore her soul apart.
You monster! You goddamn monster!
I enjoyed her torment while it lasted, but even that couldn't satisfy me.
Yeah, I do think she is probably this Queen of Discord. Or at the very least, a very high-ranking demon.
What I really crave is the blood of a Celestial.
That's what this is about? That stupid kid?
But I can't have you kill my dear Tyrion just yet. At least not until I am done with him.
You goddamn demon! I'll kill you! Oh, hey, Fox, you're unfortunately kind of coming in right at the end here. But welcome.
This man is your enemy. Your life's goal is and always has been to exact revenge on him.
What the hell are you talking about? You! I lost everything because of you! They kicked me out of the Inquisition because of your false testimony! What? Let go of me! You killed my entire family! I won't let you get away with this! What are you talking about? I didn't do anything! Hey, isn't that the noble who killed all those children? I heard he got released by paying off the judge! What are you all talking about? Get away from me!
Don't lie to us. We know what you did.
No! Stay away! Ah!
We've finally entered the final act, my dearest Tyrion. And from what I've seen, I think I know exactly how I'm going to break you. I hope you're just as excited as I am.
And on that ominous note, that's where we're going to be leaving off. This is unfortunately going to be a hell of a cliffhanger because I will be unable to stream next weekend. So I should be able to stream the Sunday after next Sunday. So you'll have to wait a bit, but this finale promises to be one hell of a banger. So I hope y'all enjoyed this as much as I am. This game kicks so much more ass than it has any right to. And thank you everyone for coming out, spend a little bit of your morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time it may be for you. If you're watching the VOD after the fact, I see you, I appreciate you. I didn't see anybody I know online to raid, so I'll just end it off here. My name is Vimbert. I'll see you around the internets, friends.